Hello there. Tonight we open our eyes in a time when sandals are hand-me-downs, your neighbors gossip with goats, and the word luxury just means having 2 figs instead of 1. The sky above is cracked with dry blue heat, and the village smells like olive pits, smoke, and that one guy who insists on fermenting things behind his hut. Welcome to life as a mortal in Greek mythology, a place where the gods are real, but they're also deeply petty, unpredictable, and deeply into ruining your week just to prove a point. You're probably thinking this could be exciting, maybe magical. It's not. It's barely survivable. You are not a chosen hero, you don't have a magic sword, and unless something goes horribly wrong, which it might, no one's writing your name on an amphora. You're just you. A mortal. And that means your job is mostly to exist quietly and try not to attract divine attention. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, I'd love to know where you're listening from and what time it is. Drop that in the comments. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge out of your thatched roof home, which is about the size of a modern laundry room, and the first thing you see is your neighbor's goat eating the corner of your roof again. It's not personal, the goat's just hungry, and thatch is delicious if you have 3 stomachs and no self-respect. This is the Bronze Age, give or take a few interpretive centuries. Historians still argue whether Homer's epics describe a real period or just a mashup of oral tradition and creative liberties. But for you, this era is undeniably real and undeniably uncomfortable. Your clothes are scratchy, your feet are filthy, and your idea of medicine involves boiling tree bark and hoping. The day starts with chores because that's what every day starts with. You grab a chipped clay pot and start the slow walk to the communal spring. The path is dry and uneven, and one wrong step could twist your ankle, and good luck finding crutches in a village where wood is more valuable as fuel. As you pass the olive groves, you spot your uncle, already half buried in a trench he's digging for drainage, which really just means because he lost a bet with a local priest. He waves with a sigh, and you wave back with the mutual understanding that both of you are probably going to be reincarnated as turtles if you accidentally insult the wrong god today. At the spring, you overhear an old woman whispering about a bad omen. Some chickens laid eggs with no shells again, and everyone's pretty sure it means Artemis is in a mood. She always is. You collect your water quickly, because nothing good comes from being involved in community prophecy analysis. On the way back, a dust storm kicks up. Not the kind that sweeps across the plains dramatically like in epics, but the kind that gets in your mouth, nose, and between your toes. You spit and curse the gods under your breath, carefully, though, because you're still within shouting distance of a shrine to Apollo, and he has a history of reacting badly to sass. Your breakfast is a mush of barley, yesterday's lentils, and maybe a fig if you're lucky. No coffee. Coffee hasn't been invented yet. You sit in silence, listening to the buzzing of flies and the sound of your cousin crying softly because a crow pooped on his offering bowl. Again. For the 4th time this month. The gods are clearly mocking him, and he's starting to take it personally. Here's a fun historical fact: Bronze Age homes often had open hearths, and cooking happened in communal spaces. That means your neighbors can smell every mistake you make with lentil stew. Privacy is a myth, just like personal space. Fringe detail? There are records, fragmented and hotly debated, that suggest certain communities held annual mock trials for misbehaving animals. That goat? He might be legally tried for property damage. Welcome to your legal system. As midday heat sets in, you're sent to help mend a wall near the goat pen. The mud bricks are cracked from the sun, and you mix fresh clay with water and straw using your bare hands. Your skin burns, your back aches, and the only music is a distant lyre being played badly by a shepherd who thinks he's descended from Orpheus. He is not. Your mother stops by with lunch, flatbread and a dried fig, and warns you not to eat too quickly or you'll anger the household spirits. You nod solemnly, but honestly, the spirits have probably given up by now. Last week, you accidentally used their offering bowl to feed a stray dog. There's a lull in the afternoon, and you sneak down to the river. It's not a real break, you're technically supposed to be gathering reeds, but for now, you just want to dip your feet in the water and feel something resembling comfort. The river is cool, the breeze is gentle, and for a moment, it almost feels peaceful. Then a fish jumps out, smacks your shin, and disappears. You've just been mildly attacked by a carp, and it somehow feels personal. Somewhere, you're sure Poseidon is laughing. Later, a traveling priest arrives in the village square. He announces that the gods require a small sacrifice, some fruit, a chicken, and a promise to behave. Everyone nods along, eyes wide with barely concealed dread. You know if someone messes up the ritual, the gods will bless you all with 3 weeks of frogs in your beds again. That night, you lie on a thin mat stuffed with straw and listen to the sounds of crickets, owls, and your uncle snoring 3 huts away. The stars above are bright, and for a brief moment, you wonder what it's like to be a god, immortal, powerful, and petty beyond measure. But you're not a god. You're mortal. And being mortal in Greek mythology means waking up tomorrow to do it all over again, unless a hydra eats your cousin, or Hermes borrows your shoes for a prank. You wake up stiff and itchy, having rolled directly onto a piece of straw that is now embedded in your shoulder like a very unimpressive spear. The rooster hasn't even crowed yet, but your mother is already stomping around outside, yelling about the goat being missing again. This is how mornings start, underfed, overtired, and already vaguely cursed. Your career, if you can call it that, is herding goats. Specifically, your family owns 4.5 goats, the half being a particularly scrawny one with a limp and a dramatic bleat. And unless something shocking happens, like a prophecy naming you heir to the throne of Mycenae, this will be your job forever. Herding goats in the dust, with sandals that disintegrate a little more each week. You grab your crook and a chunk of stale bread and head into the hills, mentally preparing for another day of keeping your goats from falling off cliffs, eating poisonous shrubs, or engaging in passive-aggressive bleating matches with rival flocks. Here's a mainstream historical fact to chew on. In Bronze Age Greece, most people weren't warriors or poets or philosophers. They were farmers, herders, and laborious. The glamour of mythology? It's like watching modern superhero movies and thinking your daily life involves flying to work. There's a lot of sky above you, which might sound poetic, but mostly it just means you're going to sunburn in some very creative patterns. You've tied a piece of linen over your head like a tragic sun hat, and even though it looks ridiculous, at least it keeps the buzzflies off your scalp. Halfway through the morning, you spot a cloud of dust up the path. Another herder is approaching, a boy from the next village over. His goats are objectively prettier than yours, and you hate him for it on principle. He smirks. You smirk. It's the Bronze Age equivalent of LinkedIn competition. You exchange some tense greetings and pointedly ignore each other while pretending to admire the same olive tree. There's not much else to do up here, so you watch your goats chew things they shouldn't and wait for the sun to shift. Now, the fringe tidbit for today: some rural villages believed that goats could see spirits. If your goat suddenly stared off into the distance and froze, it wasn't zoning out, it was seeing a ghost. Or a minor god. Or possibly just contemplating goat philosophy. But people took it seriously. If your goat saw something spooky, you went the long way home and threw extra barley at your household altar. Your oldest goat, Zelma, named after a dead aunt, freezes and snorts. You freeze, too. You've seen this before. A few weeks ago, she did that right before the sky turned green and it rained frogs. You squint toward the horizon, but all you see is dust and heat shimmers. Still, you mutter an apology to any gods or spirits listening. Just in case. That's the exhausting part of being mortal in this world. It's not the lack of baths or the risk of dying from a stubbed toe, it's the constant pressure of cosmic performance anxiety. Every little thing might offend someone divine. And when they get offended, you get turned into a bush. Or your goats do. Or your whole town becomes a cautionary tale recited by bards who can't even pronounce your name right. A hawk circles overhead. It could be a regular hawk, or it could be Apollo in bird form, checking in on the mortals like some nosy upper manager. You make sure to stand up straight and say something flattering about music, just in case. Historians still argue whether mortals in ancient Greek society genuinely feared the gods' constant involvement, or if the mythology served more as social glue, a shared story for why life was hard and unfair. But from where you're standing, with goat poop on your sandal and thunder rumbling suddenly over a cloudless sky, it feels very personal. By mid-afternoon, you lead your goats to a small spring where the grass is only mildly cursed. You rest in the shade of a gnarled olive tree and chew on that stale bread. It tastes like regret and dust, but it's the highlight of your day so far. One of the younger goats tries to climb a rock and immediately falls over. You sigh. No one tells you how emotionally exhausting goat management is. The sun starts its lazy descent and the shadows stretch across the valley. You begin the slow walk home, poking at the dirt with your staff and humming a little under your breath. A song your mother used to sing, something about keeping the gods asleep and the livestock alive. You don't know all the words, but that's fine. The gods probably don't speak your dialect anyway. As you round a bend, you see something bizarre, a golden apple, lying perfectly still in the dust. You freeze. That's not a snack, it's bait. You've heard the stories. Apples like that start wars. Some goddess probably dropped it on purpose, hoping to cause drama. You back away slowly, not touching it, not breathing. Later, you'll tell your uncle about it and he'll say, "Smart. Last time I touched a shiny rock, my nose bled for a week." Home at last, you deliver the goats to their pen, eat some boiled root vegetables, and accept a slap on the head from your mother for letting the scrawny goat wander too close to the sacred grove. What if Artemis had seen, she hisses, as if Artemis has nothing better to do than stalk limp goats. You lie down again on your straw mat, back aching, eyes gritty. Tomorrow will be the same, sun, dust, goats, and the low-key fear that some celestial being is watching your every move. You dream of different work. Maybe something indoors. Something not likely to involve divine retribution or goat bites. But here, in this myth-riddled world, you don't get to choose. Your job is goat herd, forever. The morning starts ominously, your shadow looks weird. It's a small thing, but in Greek mythology, small things usually mean someone in Olympus has spun the divine roulette wheel and your name came up. And this morning, your shadow is shaped wrong. Too tall. A little blurry. You step to the side, and it follows like it wants something. And that's when the real dread hits you. Somewhere, somehow, Zeus has noticed you. You try not to panic. Maybe he's just checking up on mortals today. Maybe he's not in a lightning-throwing mood. But deep down, you know better. When Zeus notices you, nothing good follows. You are not an oracle. You are not a demigod. You are, as they say, extremely turn into an animal able. You make your way to the village square trying to look as unnoticeable as possible. That means walking fast but not suspiciously fast, head down, not making eye contact with any swans. You remember that story about a girl named Leda, and suddenly you are extremely aware of every bird within a 10-foot radius. Now, here's your historical grounding for the day. Zeus, as depicted in ancient Greek sources, wasn't just the king of the gods, he was also a weather deity, a lawgiver, and, unfortunately for you, the most trigger-happy transformer in myth. He once turned himself into a bull, an eagle, and even a golden shower, yes, rain, just to pursue mortals. Ancient texts, from Hesiod to the playwrights, frame his mortal entanglements as legendary, but honestly, they're mostly cautionary tales. Your neighbor, Old Menon, gives you a look as you pass. He's sweeping the temple steps with a bundle of twigs and chewing what is definitely not legal incense. You look cursed, he mutters casually, not even making eye contact. Thanks, you whisper back. Just Zeus things. Menon nods knowingly and spits over his left shoulder. Standard anti-omen protocol. In the center of the village, the priestess is already lighting offerings, burnt barley, a few olives, and a pigeon that's looking far too calm. Everyone's on edge. There was a lightning strike near the olive grove last night, and a patch of sky looked gold for a moment before flickering back to blue. That's how it starts. Zeus signs his presence like a flashy artist tagging a wall with celestial graffiti. Historians still argue whether mortals genuinely believed these signs or used them as narrative tools. Either way, you don't want to be the protagonist in a god short story today. You make your offering anyway, a fig you were saving and a whispered apology for whatever you definitely didn't mean to do. It's not that you've wronged Zeus. It's that being mortal means you're always one misunderstood prayer away from being metaphorically, or literally, struck down. By midday, your suspicions are confirmed. The village seer, who spends most of his time asleep in a wine vat, emerges and starts shouting about omens. His hair is full of straw and hornets, but people listen. Because once, 5 years ago, he predicted a fish shortage and it actually happened. So now he's the guy. Zeus comes seeking company, he cries, and not the divine kind. Everyone groans. Someone throws a turnip. But the damage is done. It's a weird thing in Greek mythology, being chosen is never good news. If a god picks you, it's for amusement, a punishment, or a very complicated romantic entanglement. And Zeus? Zeus doesn't do casual interest. If he's got his eye on you, you'd better start prepping your tragic backstory. You think maybe you can outrun this. Maybe you can hide. So you gather your things, wrap your travel cloak tight, and head for the hills. But nature knows. The sky turns strange, clouds curling in lazy spirals, wind shifting directions like it can't decide who it's mad at. A squirrel runs past you. Then a fox. Then a deer. All going the same direction. That's your second sign. When animals evacuate, follow them. You spend the night in a cave, eating bread crusts and hoping Zeus gets distracted by someone flashier. But at dawn, there's a golden glow at the mouth of the cave, and a voice, smooth as marble and twice as cold, says, "Mortal, do not flee." You want to respond. You want to say, "I'm not fleeing, I'm cave curious." But you can't. You're frozen. Every muscle locked up. Not from magic, but from that deep, primal dread that every Greek mortal feels when a god gets conversational. Zeus doesn't appear as lightning or rain or even an animal this time. No, he looks like a handsome man, mid-30s, cloaked in something that shimmers between reality and embroidery. He smiles in that way people do right before they ruin your life. "I admire your discretion," he says. "So rare these days." You swallow hard and try not to blink too loudly. "For that, I grant you a gift," he says, and before you can protest, he reaches forward and taps your forehead. The world spins. A hot wind blows through your mind. You see stars and goats and a particularly judgmental owl. And then nothing is gone. You wake up outside the cave. It's morning. The birds are back. Everything seems normal. Except you can now understand every word your goats are saying. That's the gift. You spend the rest of the day listening to them complain about the grass quality, the weather, and each other's grooming habits. One of them is composing a very bad poem. Another has an existential crisis over a puddle. It never ends. You return home dazed, your brain buzzing with goat opinions. Your mother doesn't notice. She's too busy yelling at your cousin for knocking over a sacred olive jar. You smile weakly and crawl back to your straw mat, whispering, "Thanks, Zeus." Because of course. That's what you get. You're not turned into a flower or a star. No tragic romance. Just eternal goat whispering. Somehow, that feels worse. You wake up to the sound of two goats arguing over a patch of moss. Not bleating, arguing. One is using surprisingly complex logic about territory, and the other just keeps repeating, "But it's moist and I was here first." This is your life now. Thanks to Zeus's gift, you have full access to the endless, brain-melting dialogue of your livestock. You can't even tell anyone. Not unless you want to be dragged to the temple, poked with reeds, and declared divinely inconvenient. You tried hinting at it once to your cousin, and he responded by asking if goat language includes swears. Yes. Too many. Today, you're assigned to help your aunt collect figs, which sounds peaceful but isn't. Figs attract wasps, and wasps, according to one of the goats, are tiny leather-winged lies. Plus, your aunt keeps rambling about how the gods are restless again. She says the grapes ripened too early and a child in the next village sneezed during a hymn to Hera. That's how it starts, she says ominously. You nod, pretending to care about grape timing, but your mind's elsewhere. Because there's something worse than getting Zeus's attention. Getting Hera's revenge. You've heard the stories. Everyone has. Hera doesn't go after Zeus. No. That would be too logical. She goes after the mortals he interacts with. Or even mortals he just looks at. Or sometimes mortals who simply exist within 10 miles of one of his affairs. And guess what? You're now someone Zeus gifted. That means you've been noticed. You're a footnote in the cosmic love triangle. And footnotes? They burn. Here's your historical fact for the day. Hera, in actual cult worship, was revered for marriage, childbirth, and queenly authority. Her temples were among the oldest and most grand. But in myth, she often appears as spiteful, scorned, and laser-focused on punishing mortals caught in her husband's wake. There's no divine HR department. Just Hera, holding a grudge like a sacred torch. As you gather figs into a creaky basket, you try not to think about it. You hum to yourself. You avoid the shade of particularly old olive trees. Everyone knows Hera favors those when she needs a place to sulk. You drop a figure. It bounces once, twice, and lands on a snake. You jump back. It slithers off, but your heart is pounding. Was that just a snake? Or a message? Some mortals get subtle warnings, a crack of thunder, a twisted ankle. Others get snakes. You wipe sweat from your brow and pray, and not to Hera, because you don't want to call attention to yourself, but to Hestia, goddess of the hearth. She seems chill. By midday, the sky grows heavy and weirdly yellow. Your aunt mutters, "Storm's coming." A Hera one. You don't ask how she knows. You just start walking faster. At the village altar, they're already lighting offerings, dandelions, honey cakes, and a lock of someone's hair. That's serious. You toss in a few fig leaves and whisper something humble. Like, I'm sorry for everything. I'm just a goat guy. A woman in the crowd gasps. She's looking past you. You turn. There, sitting primly on a low stone wall, is a peacock. That's it. You're cursed. Everyone stares in silence. The peacock stares back. It blinks once. Slowly. You know what this means. Heros, sacred animal. You're being watched. Fringe detail of the day? In some rare regional traditions, peacocks weren't just symbols of Hera, they were her messengers. Like divine couriers in overly decorative bird suits. So when one shows up unannounced, it's like receiving a glittery pink letter that says, "You messed up." You back away slowly, but the peacock follows you with its eyes. You could swear that it rolls them. The next few days are tense. The goats are oddly quiet. Even the annoying one with a limp starts behaving. You keep offering honey and figs to every altar in a 5-mile radius. At one point, you help a lost child find their way home and then immediately offer that good deed to Hera. That was for you, you whisper. Please don't smite me. But the unease doesn't leave. Then it happens. The sign. Your cousin develops a rash. A specific rash. Swirly patterns on his arms, the same kind that once appeared on a shepherd from the next valley over, the one who was accidentally involved in some love triangle with a minor nymph. He eventually turned into a bush. A very flammable bush. Your cousin panics. You panic harder. He insists it's probably just a weird bug bite. You both know it's not. The village elders gather. They speak in hushed tones. They point at you. You try to explain that you're just a regular goat herder with a goat language problem, but no one listens. Because that's how it works. If you've been brushed by Zeus, Hera comes with the broom. Historians still debate whether mortals genuinely believed they were being punished for divine affairs, or whether these myths evolved as a way to explain random misfortunes, crop failures, sickness, misbehaving goats. But belief isn't always about logic. Sometimes it's about survival. You decide to take matters into your own hands. You find the fanciest fig tree near the river, dig a little altar beside it, and start offering everything you can: honey, lavender, pebbles shaped like hearts. Then you speak. Hera, you whisper. I'm not interested in Zeus. I'm not even interesting. I talk to goats. I trip over vines. Please find someone more tragic to haunt. The wind rustles. A fig drops onto your head. That feels like forgiveness. Probably. You go home. The rash on your cousin fades. The peacock vanishes. Your goats resume their usual arguments about dirt textures. And for the first time in a week, you sleep without dreaming of feathers and fire. You wake up in the dead chill of pre-dawn, wrapped in your scratchy linen blanket, hoping that maybe, just maybe, the gods are tired of tormenting mortals for a bit. Your goats are murmuring about breakfast. One insists someone stole their favorite rock, which may or may not exist, and the sky is the kind of color that makes you suspicious. You step outside and feel it immediately: dry. Not pleasantly dry. Not nice breeze coming in from the sea dry. Emotionally hostile dry. The kind of dry that makes your skin whisper, go back inside. But you can't, because today's the day the entire village gathers to dig irrigation trenches, since the crops have started to curl like burnt paper. You know what this means. Everyone does. Demeter's grieving again. The thing about Demeter is, she's not flashy like Zeus or wrathful like Hera. She's emotional, which, when you're a goddess of agriculture and the harvest, can be catastrophic for everyone else. One tear and it's drought. One frown and the wheat dies. Her daughter, Persephone, is likely back in the underworld with Hades for the season, and Demeter copes by making your life unnecessarily crunchy and brown. Historical fact: the myth of Demeter and Persephone was central to ancient Greek agricultural festivals like the Eleusinian Mysteries, rituals that promised insight into life, death, and rebirth. But for the average mortal, it mostly meant figuring out how to survive on half-rotten onions and acorns for 3 months while pretending this was spiritually significant. So here you are, hoe in hand, surrounded by neighbors trying to pretend the soil doesn't feel like crumbling clay. Your cousin is muttering prayers while tossing bits of honeycake into the dirt. Appease her early, he says, before she notices we're still alive. Someone's brought out the sacred plough. It's old, carved with strange symbols that no one remembers how to read, but if you don't use it during times like this, an elder might actually faint. You volunteer to pull it. You're regretting that within 30 seconds. The sun starts to rise, and the heat feels personal. Not regular heat. Demeter heat. It hovers over your skin, clinging like guilt. The goats have all retreated to the shade. Even they know not to provoke her today. Midway through the digging, a traveler stumbles into the village, red-faced and wheezing. He collapses near the fountain and croaks. The figs are drying on the vine down south. Grapes turning to dust. She's in mourning again. The village elders exchange the look, the one that means someone needs to organize a big, exhausting, overcooked offering ceremony. And guess what? You get to help. Fringe tidbit: in fringe regional myths, some people believed that to calm Demeter, you had to bake exactly 7 loaves of barley bread while reciting a poem backward. The recipe was lost, of course, because this is Greek mythology and no one ever writes these things down. But a local priest insists he knows the chant. He just can't remember if it was Persephone come home or Persephone comb foam. You bake the bread anyway. It tastes like panic and soot. As the sun nears its highest point, you join the village procession. Everyone's carrying something: wine, bread, dried flowers, herbs, a squeaky flute someone insists belong to a demigod. You bring a bundle of wheat you think is symbolic. It might also be invasive weeds. No one's sure anymore. You reach the sacred grove, a cool patch of green that miraculously survived the last 4 droughts. It's said to be one of Demeter's resting spots, a place she visits when she's not busy weeping over seasonal custody issues. The air here smells like figs and old stone. The light seems gentler, less judgy. Offerings are arranged. Prayers are whispered. Someone starts a chant. You drop your wheat bundle and mutter, "Please don't kill our olives." Or us. Or the olives. The wind picks up. A faint warmth brushes your face, not like the sun, more like breath. The kind of breath that carries judgment, sadness, and the slight threat of famine. You don't open your eyes. No one does. But you all feel it. She's here. Not in person, obviously. But in presence. In the breeze that suddenly smells like ripened grain. In the way the soil under your toes softens, just slightly. It's not forgiveness. Not yet. But it's a pause in the punishment. A reminder that she's grieving, yes, but she's also listening. You exhale. Slowly. Carefully. One of the goats nearby sneezes, and you offer a quick apology to the sky, just in case. The villagers begin the walk back in respectful silence. Well, mostly. Your cousin trips on a root and swears, and you kick him lightly for tempting fate. You stop by the fountain, splash your face, and for a moment, the water doesn't smell like boiled sadness. That's something. Historians still debate the real impact of Demeter worship on daily agricultural practices. Did the myths arise because the seasons demanded explanation? Or did belief in divine rhythm shape the very way people planted and harvested? For you, it's not an abstract question. It's the difference between starving and surviving. Back at home, your mother is boiling roots in the hopes of coaxing them into something soup-adjacent. You sit on the threshold and listen to the wind rustling the olive trees. One of the goats sidles up and mutters, "The grass tastes like bad feelings today." You nod. It's Demeter. She's grieving again. The goat blinks and sighs. She should try yelling instead. That helps me. You lie back, arms behind your head, staring at the clouds. They look a little softer now. A little less angry. Maybe tomorrow, the barley will grow half an inch taller. Maybe the figs won't wrinkle on the branch. Or maybe Demeter will remember she's angry again, and the next week will taste like ash and disappointment. Either way, you'll be here. A mortal. At the mercy of an agricultural goddess with big emotions and no impulse control. You wake up to an eerie quiet, the kind that makes your hair stand on end, even the bits behind your ears you keep meaning to trim with a flint shard. The goats aren't arguing. The wind isn't complaining. The birds are suspiciously absent. And that's when you hear it. A gentle, melodic hum. Like someone tuning a harp made of sunlight and self-satisfaction. You groan. Apollo. You try to roll over and go back to sleep, but the hum sharpens. A single note cuts through the silence and lands somewhere in your spine. You jolt upright like someone poured hot goat milk down your back. That's how it always starts, with music. Before plagues, before divine prophecy, before unrequested poetry readings. Apollo announces himself like a bard with a personal theme song. You stumble outside. The village is stirring, but no one's making eye contact. The kind of day where even the chickens are like, nope, not getting involved. Down the hill, in front of the small temple with its cracked sun disk carved into the stone, stands a man in blinding white robes, hair too golden to be local, tuning a 7-string lyre and grinning like he invented smug. You don't need to ask. That's not just a bard. That's Apollo. In mortal form. Again. Mainstream historical fact, Apollo, the god of music, prophecy, medicine, archery, and plagues, because multitasking is divine, was worshipped widely across the ancient Greek world, particularly at Delphi. His dual nature made him both a bringer of disease and a healer of it, depending entirely on whether he was having a good day. Which he rarely was. The village priest is already babbling apologies and offering 3 pomegranates and a poem. The poem is bad. Apollo winces. You wince harder. He holds up a hand. Relax. I'm only here for the afternoon. Which, in Godspeak, means until I get bored. Apollo starts walking through the village like he owns it. You slink behind a pile of amphorae and watch him inspect people like a slightly curious cat. He stops in front of a sick child, hums a note, and suddenly the fever breaks. A few villagers cheer. He basks in it. You can practically see the glow of his ego expanding like a puffed-up rooster. Fringe tidbit: some fringe sects believed Apollo had a twin persona, not just the well-known Artemis, his actual sister, but a darker, winter incarnation who emerged during the off-season months when the sun was weak. They claimed his music grew melancholy and he spoke only in riddles. Honestly, you're not convinced that version isn't already here. Then, without warning, he turns to the center of the square, sits on a stone bench, and begins to play. You freeze. The music is perfect. Not good. Not pretty. Perfect. Each note threads into your bones and yanks on your thoughts like a shepherd's crook. You feel every emotion you've ever had plus 7 you didn't know were available to mortals. Your neighbor starts crying. A goat collapses with what might be spiritual enlightenment. It goes on for hours. Hours. No breaks. No transitions. Just flawless divine composition. Your legs cramp. Your ears ring. Your soul feels exfoliated. And here's the thing about Apollo, he knows. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's not playing for joy or connection. He's playing because mortals can't handle perfection. It makes them ache. It makes them question their life choices and weep into their barley stew. When he finally stops, everyone's too stunned to applaud. He stands, bows so low his hair glints like a solar flare, and says, "Now, for the second piece." You almost scream. Instead, you flee. Quietly. You hide behind the olive press and fake a cramp. A real cramp follows. Even your body is afraid to disrespect Apollo. You pray to literally any other god to make him leave. Hermes, maybe. Or Hephaestus. Or that minor river deity who once helped you find your sandals. Anyone. And then it happens. Apollo sneezes. Just once. Softly. Everyone gasps. You gasp. Because when Apollo sneezes, it means something. Historians still argue whether sneezing was always seen as a divine omen or whether Apollo made it trendy. But in your village, it's a thing. You wait. Maybe it's just dust. Then a cough. Not from him. From the crowd. And just like that, it begins. The plague. Not capitalized for dramatic effect, literally capital P plague. The kind Apollo casually drops when someone forgets to thank him or misquotes one of his epics. You don't know who offended him, but someone definitely did. Maybe it was that fig-based haiku the priest read earlier. It was weak. Within hours, 3 people are sweating through their robes, someone's hallucinating a chorus of frogs, and the village healer is frantically boiling every herb she can find. Even the goats look concerned. Apollo stays exactly 5 more minutes. Just long enough to heal a minor rash, kiss a jar of honey, and sigh dramatically. Farewell, mortals. Be well. Or not. Up to you. And then he vanishes. Like smoke. Like smug musical fog. You stand in stunned silence. Frantically, the village rushes into action. Prayers to Asclepius, Apollo's son, conveniently also a god of healing. Offerings. Sweat. Fever. Chaos. No one knows how to cure it. No one remembers the last time this happened. But everyone agrees Apollo's concert was not worth it. You spend the night helping carry water and scrubbing rags with vinegar. Your fingers go numb. Your nose itches. You convince yourself it's not a symptom. By morning, the worst has passed. Only 2 villagers are still shaking. One of the goats starts composing an apology sonnet, just in case. And you? You lie in the dirt, exhausted, ears still ringing, and whisper, "No more music." You open your eyes to the sound of twigs snapping, slow, deliberate, the kind of sound that means someone, or something, is watching you from the tree line. The early morning fog clings low to the ground, making every bush look like it might sprout teeth. You sit up, heart thudding, eye scanning for anything that might shimmer or snarl. And then you see her. Just for a second. A flash of silver, a flick of dark hair, and the unmistakable shape of a bow across her shoulder. Artemis. You do not move. You do not breathe. Because if Artemis is in your woods, something is about to get hunted, and you really hope it's not you. She's not like the other gods. Artemis doesn't yell. She doesn't throw thunder or flirt with mortals or turn into barn animals. She just exists, silent, wild, and completely unforgiving. She is the moon. She is the forest. She is, very possibly, currently stalking your goat. You whisper a prayer to her under your breath, something respectful and vague. Because even saying her name too loudly can go badly. Everyone remembers Actaeon. Mainstream historical fact, Artemis was worshipped not only as the goddess of the hunt, but also as the protector of young women and a fierce guardian of nature. She was especially beloved in rural communities, where hunting was both sacred ritual and practical survival. But the myths tell a darker story, one where stepping on the wrong branch could lead to transformation, mutilation, or a lifelong curse involving animal heads. You gather your goats quickly, whispering apologies for the noise, the stomping, the accidental chewing of a sacred fern last week. The limp goat coughs and mutters, "We're doomed." You nod grimly. As you retreat down the hill, you hear it, the crisp twang of a bowstring and the soft, final thump of something falling. You do not look back. You are not curious. Artemis is doing Artemis things, and it's best not to observe. The villagers are buzzing about her appearance before you even make it home. Someone claims she walked through their barley field at dawn, leaving moonlit footprints. Someone else says their dog started speaking in riddles after seeing her, though that dog is known to eat fermented plums, so. You say nothing. You just nod and offer to sweep the shrine. That's the thing about Artemis, she doesn't give you a warning, or a mission, or even a cryptic compliment. She gives silence. And if she gives you attention, you're probably the lesson in someone else's cautionary tale. You try to lay low the rest of the day, but that never works for mortals. That afternoon, a messenger arrives, panting and pale. There's a beast in the forest, he gasps. Huge. Covered in bristles. It gored a man's cart. Artemis must have sent it. Fantastic. Now the goddess isn't just visiting, she's testing. Fringe tidbit time. Some lesser-known regional myths say Artemis would occasionally release strange creatures into the woods to test mortals' respect for nature. Not necessarily to kill them, just to see if they'd be smart enough to run away. Apparently, bravery wasn't always rewarded. Sometimes survival meant knowing when to shut up and climb a tree. You are not a hunter. Your experience with wild animals is limited to yelling at stubborn goats. But your uncle insists you join the hunting party. To observe, he says, patting your back too hard. Not to fight. Probably. You find yourself creeping through the woods at twilight, holding a spear you don't know how to use, behind a man who once tried to duel a goose and lost. The bristled beast is somewhere out there, grunting and crashing through undergrowth like a drunk god in a thicket. Which, frankly, might be what it is. Then, silence. Too much silence. You pause. Everyone pauses. The air is thick, the trees don't sway, even the bugs seem to be holding their breath. And then you see it. It's not a boar. It's boar-like. Larger than any pig you've seen, with tusks like polished bone and eyes like storm clouds. It looks like it's made of bark and muscle and unspoken warnings. You do not move. You do not breathe. A young man 2 rows ahead of you yells and hurls his spear. It bounces off the beast with a sad little clink. The beast roars. Everyone scatters. You duck behind a tree, heart hammering, trying not to scream. This wasn't supposed to happen. You were just supposed to watch. Maybe write a poem about it. Not face mythical pig vengeance in person. Suddenly, a silver flash streaks overhead. An arrow. Perfect. Silent. The beast rears back and flees. Artemis. Watching. Always watching. Historians still argue whether these wild beast tales were metaphorical, lessons about nature and discipline, or whether they stemmed from encounters with real, terrifying animals exaggerated over generations. But standing there, clutching your sad spear, you're not worried about history. You're worried about whether your pants are still dry. The forest slowly returns to life. Crickets resume their cricketing. A squirrel throws something at you, which feels like an informal thank you. You stagger back to the village, bruised and exhausted. No one speaks of the beast. No one dares. But that night, everyone leaves out a little extra food at the Artemis shrine: honey, wildflowers, a polished stone. You leave a bit of moonlit cheese. You hope it's enough. As you collapse on your mat, your goats crowd around you. That was Artemis, wasn't it? One whispers. You nod. And we are very, very lucky. They murmur agreement and start composing a poem titled Ode to the Flashy Huntress Who Spares Cowards. You don't correct them. You just fall asleep, silently promising never to enter the woods at twilight again. You wake up sore from yesterday's woodland misadventure, every muscle quietly voting to secede from the rest of your body. Your dreams were full of silver arrows and snorting boars, and the goats haven't stopped talking about it all morning. The limping one now refers to himself as a beast witness and wants a commemorative laurel wreath. But today, things feel off again, not quiet, not eerie, but loud. The kind of loud that builds in the distance and pulses toward the village like a headache wrapped in sandals. The air hums with tension. The sky is too blue. The dust is too dusty. You know this feeling. Ours is coming. And when ours shows up, war follows. Even if there wasn't one scheduled. You hurry to the village square where a cluster of elders is arguing. Not discussing. Arguing. Loud voices, sharp hand gestures, someone actually threw a sandal. You spot your uncle red in the face, shouting about a stolen sheep and honor, while a neighboring herder insists it was clearly a wild sheep, wandering with intent. You try to interrupt. Wait, why does it matter now? Because, someone growls, ours has taken interest. You take a slow step back. Mainstream historical fact, ours, god of war, wasn't as widely worshipped as you might expect. Unlike Athena, who represented strategy and heroic defense, ours was chaos, bloodlust, and reckless brawling. The ancient Greeks respected him, but they didn't like him. Which makes sense. No one in their right mind likes war. Especially the kind ours brings. The village has no standing army. Just farmers, goat herders, and a guy who once hit a rock so hard it cracked open and he's called the Smasher ever since. But now everyone's polishing old spears, reinforcing wicker shields, and practicing grim facial expressions. Maybe it'll pass, you suggest weakly. Maybe ours is just touring. Nope. That afternoon, the dust cloud arrives. You and the others watch from a hilltop as a group of strangers marches down the valley. Not organized troops, not bandits. Something worse, locals from the next village, shouting war songs and waving old kitchen tools like weapons. Apparently, the sheep dispute escalated. Which means ours is already here, laughing, probably shirtless, and urging both sides toward glories over livestock. Historians still argue whether minor conflicts in the ancient world were fueled by mythic belief or simply justified through it afterward. But when your cousin screams for the goats and charges downhill with a stick, it doesn't feel theoretical. You grab a small shield that smells like vinegar and bread mold and sprint after him, mostly to prevent him from dying in the stupidest way possible. The battle is short. It's less epic warfare and more panicked clashing of knees and pots. Someone throws an entire beehive. Someone else tries to trip an opponent with a flute. Ours would be proud. And then you hear it. A roar. Deep. Metallic. And distinctly not human. Ours steps into view. Not tall, not glowing, just a man with eyes like burning coal, a rusted sword strapped to his back, and blood on his boots that somehow steams in the sun. You freeze. Everyone freezes. Even the bees stop mid-sting. Ours grins. Fight harder, he says, in a voice like a drum wrapped in thunder. Make it worth watching. You drop your stick. He turns to look directly at you. Oh no. Fringe tidbit: some fringe legends suggest ours would occasionally choose a reluctant hero from among mortals, a person who didn't want to fight, but whose resistance amused him. That mortal was usually blessed with temporary strength, terrifying dreams, and a short but dramatic life. He steps closer. You hesitate. You open your mouth to explain you're just a goat guy, but he cuts you off. Good. War is best when it hurts. Then he turns to the crowd. Continue. And then, poof, he's gone. The dust settles faster than expected. Both sides look exhausted, confused, mildly ashamed. Someone from the other village offers a limp handshake. Someone else offers cheese. That's the closest thing to a treaty you'll get. No one died. Just bruises, scrapes, and one guy who might now believe he's a sword. You stagger home, armorless and mud-soaked. Your mother doesn't even ask. She just pours water over your head and mutters about ours being the loudest disappointment Olympus ever made. That night, you sleep uneasily. You dream of fire, of marching feet, of shouting that doesn't stop. You wake with your fingers clenched and your jaw aching. Your goats are already gossiping. The war was stupid, one says. I've seen beetle fights with more strategy. You groan. I mean, no offense, it adds. You were very brave. You weren't. But you did survive. And in the age of gods and myths, that's more than most can say. You wake up groggier than usual, thanks to the war-turned neighborhood scuffle yesterday, and with a delightful new awareness of every sore muscle in your body. Your left knee clicks ominously. Your shoulder crackles like a burnt figure. Even the goats look at you with concern, which is unsettling because they rarely notice anything outside of snack opportunities. You stretch, groan, and head to the village square, hoping for a quiet, God-free day. Then you hear her. A voice, clear and calm, gliding through the early morning air like a feather dipped in authority. Is this the village that insulted wisdom? Oh no. Oh no. Athena. You step behind a large jug of pickled onions and attempt to shrink your entire body into a tunic wrinkle. Mainstream historical fact: Athena, goddess of wisdom, strategy, and warfare, the organized kind, was a favorite of city-states like Athens, where she was considered the patroness of civilized life. She invented the olive tree, the flute, and possibly passive aggression. She's standing in front of the small, crumbling school hut, wearing armor that gleams like polished bone and eyes that see through every excuse you've ever considered. Apparently, someone in the village, possibly your overly confident cousin, declared that thinking too much is for priests and goats. This information reached Olympus, and now Athena is here. With questions. With a point to prove. You do what any self-respecting mortal would do, pretend you're part of a shrubbery. She begins questioning the villagers, her voice cool and clipped. Who among you values learning? Silence. Who among you seeks truth? Your cousin raises a hand. I seek fish, he says. Is that close? She squints at him. He begins to slowly melt behind a basket of garlic. She turns her gaze toward you. I sense doubt, she says. You nod, slowly. About everything. This pleases her. Athena isn't like the other gods. She doesn't want flattery or chaos or blood. She wants thought, reflection, logical admiration. And if she doesn't get it, she'll either gift you homework or turn you into an animal that ponders its own existence. Fringe tidbit of the day. In one lesser-known legend, Athena punished a mortal boy for claiming he could solve riddles better than she could. She didn't kill him, she turned him into a crow. Crows, she decided, understand puzzles but lack the means to explain. And now they shout at rocks. Today, Athena has come not with punishment, but with a challenge. A contest, she says. Wisdom for wisdom. Your brain panics. Does that mean riddles? She smiles. Exactly. You try not to whimper. She chooses 3 villagers at random. One of them is you. Another is the fish cousin. The third is an elderly woman who once out-argued a priest using only eyebrow raises. Athena lays out the terms, answer 3 riddles correctly, and your village is blessed with clarity, learning, and a full season of rain at appropriate intervals. Fail, and you'll be remembered as those dimwits who challenged a goddess and couldn't define irony. Riddle 1. What speaks without a tongue, yet is always heard? Your cousin blurts, my mother. Athena blinks. You whisper, an echo. She nods. Riddle 2. What is always moving but never leaves? The old woman answers before anyone else, time. Athena's eyebrow twitches, approvingly. Riddle 3. I am taken before I'm given, and often never returned. Your mind races. Ideas flash by like goats running from responsibility. Then it hits you. Advice, you say. She smiles. The air lightens. She nods once, sharply, then raises her hand to the sky. A soft wind blows through the square, and the leaves on the old olive tree shimmer silver for just a moment. Then she's gone. Just like that. The villagers break into cheers, some out of joy, some out of sheer relief. Your cousin swears he was close with the mother answer and tries to organize a feast. No one agrees, but someone brings olives anyway. Historians still argue whether such divine contests ever occurred, or if these tales were metaphorical encouragements for education and civic order. You don't care. You just want a nap and a break from being selected for celestial debates. That night, you sit with the goats, telling them what happened. She asked riddles, one says. We love riddles. Another blurts, what's grey, eats grass, and poops wisdom. They all laugh like it's the best punchline in the cosmos. You smile. Just a little. Because somehow, despite the stress and the divine eye contact, your village now has a goddess's blessing, and maybe, just maybe, a little more respect for brains over brawn. You lie back, listening to the goats argue over whether olives are fruit or vegetables. They're technically fruit, but try convincing them, and fall asleep thinking, please let tomorrow be boring. You wake up coughing. Not from plague this time. Not from smoke or incense or that weird leaf your cousin tried to turn into natural perfume. No, This time, it's salt. The air reeks of brine. Your lips taste oceanic and wrong. You sit up slowly and realize the ground feels damp. Not morning dew damp, Poseidon damp. The kind of damp that means one of the gods has been stomping around in a mood. You peer down the hill and feel your stomach drop. The village's river? Gone. Not dried up. Not diverted. Just missing. Like someone picked it up and walked off with it. You can see the outline of the stream bed, stone, silt, and confused frogs blinking in the sun. You close your eyes and mutter, "Not him. Not today." But of course, it is. Poseidon. The sea god, earthshaker, and occasional tantrum thrower has apparently taken offense. Probably not at you specifically, though you did call your scrawniest goat Triton Jr. once as a joke. But someone, somewhere, annoyed him, and now the entire region is about to feel wet and emotionally unstable. Mainstream historical fact: Poseidon, worshipped widely by seafaring communities, wasn't just the god of oceans. He was also responsible for earthquakes, horses, and, unfortunately, local flooding. His temple at Isthmia was a major center of devotion, but even the priests admitted Poseidon had issues. You trudge toward the square, already hearing the distant rumble of waves far too close to where waves should not be. A rooster floats past. Floating. On a crate. Eyes wild. You blink and say nothing. Villagers are shouting, grabbing baskets, tying up goats. Someone's trying to climb a tree while holding 6 jugs of olive oil. It's chaos, but wet chaos, with a very specific taste of punishment in the air. The elders gather around the sacred conch shell, the one you only bring out during very specific emergencies, sea-related disasters, terrible fish seasons, or once, a wedding with 3 brides and 1 confused groom. They blow it. It honks. The sky grumbles. The earth beneath your feet gives the tiniest, sassiest little shiver. Earthquake, someone hisses. No, Poseidon, someone else corrects, grimly. You look up and see the clouds swirl. Not black. Not stormy. Just annoyed. Like the sky is reconsidering the whole idea of land. And then, out of the horizon, the sea moves. Not tides. Not waves. The sea moves. A wall of water is crawling inland, deliberate and rolling like a god's outstretched hand. You can see fish in it. A seal. A confused boat. Fringe tidbit: in one strange and often ignored myth, Poseidon once punished a village by sending all their fish onto land and making the rivers run backwards. The moral? Don't mock seaweed offerings. Or possibly, don't trust eels with opinions. Today, Poseidon's punishment is more direct. The elders scream, "To the shrine!" You join the frenzied dash up the hillside. Your sandals slip in the mud, your tunic catches on a bush, and a goat literally leaps over your head. You don't even question it. At the shrine, a small circle of stones with a carved trident, you throw down your offering. You didn't bring anything, so you offer your belt. It's all you've got. And maybe Poseidon has a thing for fashion. The waves roar louder. Your uncle, in a last-ditch attempt to pacify the god, yells, "We will build a fountain. A very nice one." The goats bleat in unison, which either means they agree or they've all accepted their aquatic fates. And then, silence. Not peace. Just the kind of silence that makes you nervous. The water stops. Right at the edge of the village. Like it's been told to behave. You dare to exhale. From within the water, something shifts. A figure, broad-shouldered, seaweed-bearded, with eyes like angry tides, rises. Poseidon. He doesn't shout. He doesn't smile. He just points at your village and says, "Respect the tides." Then he turns around, walks into the sea, and vanishes. The water slinks away like an embarrassed dog. The river returns, though now it has a slightly judgmental flow to it. You collapse into the mud, trembling. Historians still argue whether Poseidon's wrath myths were metaphors for natural disasters or divine retribution narratives crafted to explain unpredictable coastal dangers. All you know is that he almost turned your village into an ancient Atlantis knockoff. That night, you help clean the mud from the square. You patch up the goat pen. You light a candle at the shrine and say thank you, and please never again. And just as you're falling asleep, one of the goats mumbles, "The river's being smug." You nod. Let it. We earned that flood. You wake up to find your sandals missing. Again. Not chewed, not buried, not mysteriously eaten by the limping goat, just gone. Your cousin's tunic belt is gone too, along with half a loaf of honey bread, and someone's been rifling through the offering bowl at the household altar. Everyone standing around with that particular expression, part confusion, part resignation, part "it's probably Hermes again." Because of course it is. You sigh and sit down on the edge of the water basin, rubbing your forehead as you say the obvious, "Hermes was here." Mainstream historical fact, Hermes, god of travel, trade, communication, thievery, and slightly too much enthusiasm, was one of the most adored and feared deities among mortals. He was the original multitasker, patron of both merchants and pickpockets, midwives and liars, shepherds and tricksters. And wherever something went missing, Hermes had probably smiled at it before making it vanish. A chicken squawks loudly. You glance toward the animal pen and groan. Now the goat is missing. Specifically, the loud one. There's only one god who would steal a goat and leave behind a single perfectly polished pebble in its place. You hold it up. "Payment," says the old seer, who's just arrived from his wine vat, blinking blearily. Generous, if you're a tree frog. It's always Hermes. He doesn't destroy things. He doesn't curse your land or throw lightning. He just complicates your day. Rearranges your expectations. Turns your laundry into a guessing game and your map into something that now leads to definitive maybe. You walk down to the road leading out of the village and spot them, small winged footprints, slightly glowing, skipping across the dust. They loop, double back, go in a circle, then continue toward the hills. You're not chasing him. That never works. So you gather a few others, your cousin, one of the elderly fig pickers, and the youngest shepherd boy, and form what you loosely call a recovery party. Someone brings a flute, hoping music will help. Someone else brings garlic, in case it's a trickster-proofing charm. It isn't. Fringe tidbit, in some lesser-known cults, Hermes was believed to travel with a group of invisible animal companions, some benevolent, some mischievous, some just there for the ambience. People would leave out small bowls of honey and miniature shoes to keep them distracted. You consider trying that next time. The trail leads to a clearing that didn't exist yesterday. You know this because you walk this path all the time. You've herded goats here. You've napped here. And suddenly, it's different. Too green. Too orderly. Like someone mocked up a meadow from memory and got most of it right. In the middle, a picnic. You blink. There's the missing goat, wearing a wreath made of vines and eating cheese off a banana leaf. Bananas don't exist yet, but try telling Hermes that. He's there, lounging on a log that somehow looks upholstered, grinning at you as if he hasn't upended your entire morning. "Welcome," he says, mouthful. "You're late." "I didn't get an invitation," You mutter. He shrugs. I sent a bird. It probably lied. You stare at him. He looks young. Always young. Curly hair, quick eyes, one sandal off just to prove he doesn't have to match. He looks like someone who could sell you a mountain and convince you to be grateful for the uphill climb. What do you want, you ask, which is always the wrong question with gods like him. To chat, he replies. To borrow. To make the day less expected. He waves a hand, and your stolen sandals float out of a bush and drop neatly at your feet. Clean. Polished. Improved, somehow. Why the goat, you ask? She told me a story about the moon and it made me laugh. You sigh. You can't just. Can't I? He interrupts, tilting his head like a raven sizing up a shiny rock. That's the thing about mortals. You keep thinking the rules apply upward. They don't. He tosses you a figure. It tastes like clarity and also maybe cinnamon. Then he stands, brushes off his tunic, and says, "You're fun. I'll come back." "Please don't," you say automatically. He grins wider. "Which is why I will." And then he's gone. Not even a poof. Just not there anymore. The meadow vanishes next. Turns back into the weedy, goat-trampled mess it's always been. The picnic is gone. The goat is back to normal, though she now insists on being called the one who dined with Hermes. You return home. The villagers nod in understanding. Some even clap. Hermes' visits are unpredictable but rarely malicious. Just chaotic. Like a small child with access to teleportation and questionable moral oversight. Historians still argue whether Hermes was primarily a god of communication or deception. For you, those are the same thing. That night, you triple knot your sandals, hide your tunic belt under a rock, and stuff the offering bowl with garlic, honey, and a sketch of a very boring, uneventful mortal who should absolutely not be pranked. You fall asleep to the sound of the goat humming something suspiciously like a traveling song. You wake up to drums. Not war drums, thankfully. Not temple drums either. These are fun drums. Erratic, thumping, far too enthusiastic for whatever hour it is. You groggily drag yourself outside, rubbing sleep from your eyes, and stop short when you see the vines. They've grown overnight, coiling across rooftops, curling around fig trees, slithering up fence posts like green snakes with party invitations. Your cousin is tangled in one. He doesn't seem upset. In fact, he's giggling. Oh no. You spin slowly in place and spot the unmistakable signs: crushed grape skins on the road, a goblet hanging from an olive branch, a pair of sandals that don't match left at the edge of a goat pen. Dionysus is here. God of wine, madness, ecstasy, and improvised decision-making, Dionysus isn't like the others. He doesn't bring fire or floods or goat conversations. He brings parties. The dangerous kind. The kind that start with dancing and end with waking up in another region with a tattoo you can't explain and a new name you don't remember choosing. Mainstream historical fact: Dionysus, though one of the later Olympians, had one of the most passionate followings in ancient Greece. His cults emphasized ecstatic rituals, gender fluidity, freedom from social norms, and the power of losing yourself completely, sometimes literally. Festivals like the Dionysia in Athens celebrated theater, wine, and general uninhibited mayhem. A flute whines from somewhere behind the olive grove. You hear laughter, stumbling feet, something that sounds like a goat yodeling, and a chant that includes the word grape 5 times in a row. You turn to the goat who's watching from your roof. It's a Bacchic day, isn't it? He nods gravely. Brace your sandals. The village square has been transformed. Woven garlands hang from everything. Children are wearing masks shaped like lions, dolphins, and, somehow, loaves of bread. A woman is dancing with a jug on her head. Your uncle is arguing with a tree. You're not sure who's winning. And in the middle of it all, Kim. Dionyse. Lounging on a cart full of grapes, shirt half open, hair crowned with ivy, and eyes twinkling with the kind of mischief that belongs in an official warning label. Come, he shouts. We drink. We howl. We remember we're alive. Someone throws confetti. Someone else throws up. You attempt to blend into the background, but he sees you. Of course he does. You, he says, pointing with a goblet. You look skeptical. A dangerous condition. I just had an encounter with Hermes, you say, which seems like a good enough excuse for anything. Perfect, he cries. You're already halfway unhinged. He beckons, and the crowd parts. You don't want to go, but the vines are nudging you forward, and one starts humming the wine anthem, which is mostly vowels and one long wee. You're handed a cup of wine. You sip. It tastes like laughter, berries, and the feeling of almost remembering your favorite dream. Also cinnamon again. Why is cinnamon suddenly everywhere? Fringe tidbit: there are rare accounts in rural villages of Dionysian rites being held in total silence, no music, no dancing, just a slow, shared trance, induced by wine and chanting, that allegedly made mortals see the edge of divinity. You do not want to see the edge of divinity today. You want to finish your chores. But Dionyse has other plans. The music swells. People are dancing. You're dancing. Badly. Wildly. Like your knees have developed a personal vendetta against rhythm. Dionyse laughs and claps. Yes. That's the spirit of disobedience. You twirl. You trip. Someone catches you. It's a satyr. You yelp. The satyr winks. Careful. You're 3 sips away from naming your goat Euphoria and joining a mass chorus. You drop your goblet. Dionyse appears beside you instantly. You're not resisting the joy, are you? No. I mean yes. I mean, I don't know. He squints at you, then smiles warmly. Perfect. Confusion is the first blessing. And then he's gone again, pulled into a conga line led by an elderly woman with an owl mask and one sandal. By sunset, the village looks like a wedding, a harvest festival, and an out-of-control musical all collided. People are painting each other's arms with grape juice and naming clouds. A man on a ladder declares himself Lord of the Bees. No one objects. You sit on a stump, exhausted, wine-sticky, and somehow wearing someone else's tunic. The goat finds you. That was chaotic, she says. You nod. Did you have fun? She asks. You think about it. The dancing. The laughter. The sheer, unfiltered freedom of being allowed, just for a day, to stop worrying about curses and divine retribution and goat thievery. Maybe, you say. Just a little. Historians still debate whether Dionysian rites were cathartic rituals of liberation or dangerously subversive cult practices that flirted with madness. But for you, it was a rare moment of chaos where no one turned into a tree, and everyone got to laugh. As the stars blink into the sky, the village begins to settle. The music fades. The vines retreat. Dionyse gives a final shout, "Love yourselves, or at least entertain yourselves," and disappears into the night on a chariot pulled by oversized panthers. You crawl back to your mat, collapsing into a heap. The goat curls up beside you. Will tomorrow be normal again? She asks. You stare at the ceiling. Gods, I hope so. You wake up smelling something familiar and slightly threatening, burnt metal. That can only mean one thing. Hephaestus is in town. You sit up slowly, every joint creaking like an old wine jug. Your body is still recovering from yesterday's Dionysian spectacle. You've got ivy stains on your feet, a grape stuck in your hair, and a vague memory of promising a goat you'd compose a haiku. That promise will have to wait, because the air now smells like forged smoke and molten bronze, and you know exactly what that means. Time to work. Mainstream historical fact: Hephaestus, god of fire, craftsmanship, and blacksmithing, was worshipped as the divine artisan. While he wasn't as flashy as Apollo or as moody as Poseidon, his presence was unmistakable. Temples in places like Athens and Lemnos were filled with tools, anvils, and statues half melted from actual use. His forges were believed to run inside volcanoes, because nothing says sacred productivity like living inside the Earth's angriest parts. Your village doesn't have a formal forge, but Hephaestus doesn't need grandeur. All he needs is fire, something that can be hammered, and some poor mortal within reach to assist whether they like it or not. And today, that's you. You're halfway through your morning barley mash when a shout echoes from the olive grove. It's sparking again. That's never good. You rush toward the sound and nearly trip over a length of gleaming copper wire. Someone's built an impromptu workshop. Smoke rises from what used to be the communal bench. Now it's a smoldering anvil platform. Standing beside it, in a soot-streaked apron and with arms like tree trunks wrapped in leather, is Hephaestus himself. He looks up at you, blinks, and gestures with a pair of smoking tongs. You. Hold this. No introduction. No warm-up. Just immediate conscription into godly manual labor. You take the glowing rod he hands you, which hums like a trapped storm cloud, and try not to scream. The heat radiating from it is intense. You try to grip it with a rag, which bursts into flame. Use your knees, not your wrists, Hephaestus grunts, hammering something that looks like a sword, a spoon, and a lyre all had a passionate disagreement. You don't know what you're helping make, but it sparks every time he hits it, and it sings a high, metallic note that seems to summon thunderclouds. Fringe tidbit: in obscure tales, Hephaestus didn't just forge weapons and armor. He built automated statues, self-opening doors, and one supposedly enchanted cookware set that insulted users if they underseasoned their meals. He was essentially the god of divine gadgetry, with a side hustle in snark. By mid-morning, the forge has grown. More villagers are pulled in. Someone's fanning the flames with a grape basket. Another is trying to keep chickens away from the molten runoff. You've been promoted to tool bearer, which mostly involves handing Hephaestus strange, glowing instruments and hoping none of them explode. The noise is overwhelming. Every strike rings in your bones. Your eyebrows are singed off within the first hour, and your tunic now has a permanent burn mark in the shape of a crescent moon. You're 90% sure that's a blessing. Or a warning. It's hard to tell. The thing about Hephaestus is that he doesn't stop. He doesn't explain. He doesn't care if you're tired. He works. All day. Without a break. Without food. The only pause is when he briefly adjusts his tools, mutters something about divine ratios, and shoves a piece of glowing metal into a bucket of what smells suspiciously like goat milk. You're about to ask why, but he holds up a finger and says, "It cools cleaner." Don't question the milk. Okay then. Historians still argue whether Hephaestus's mythology includes real knowledge of ancient mythology or whether his tools were mostly symbolic representations of transformation, endurance, and inner fire. Today, the only thing you're transforming is your shoulder muscles, which are now vibrating from exhaustion. By sundown, the creation is complete. It's beautiful. You don't know what it is, exactly, but it gleams with an internal light and hums softly like it has opinions. Hephaestus nods at it, then wipes his hands on your tunic. Good enough, he says. Won't collapse. Probably. Then he turns to you. Keep that, he says, handing you a small bronze medallion shaped like a spiral. For effort. You blink. Wait, really? It's not cursed. Only a little, he says. Motivationally. Then he limps away, dragging his tool bag, disappearing behind a cloud of smoke and the smell of hot metal. Just like that, he's gone. The villagers cheer weakly. Someone faints. Your uncle begins composing a song called The Ballad of the Smoking Spoon, which you hope never gains popularity. You shuffle home, aching from head to toe. Your mother takes one look at you and immediately throws you into a bucket of water. The goats, of course, are unimpressed. You helped a god, one says. We made a pyramid out of turnips while you were gone. You don't respond. You just lie there, blinking at the stars, holding the spiral token in your palm and wondering if you're now somehow technically a blacksmith. Probably not. But for once, a god showed up, used your labor, and didn't turn anything into a bush or a lesson. You'll take it. You wake up with soot still in your ears and the faint smell of bronze trailing you like a badge of misfortune. Every joint in your body clicks like badly carved dice, and your hands are so sore from yesterday's divine blacksmithing session that even gripping your breakfast fig feels heroic. But that's not today's problem. Today's problem starts with a letter. An actual rolled parchment, tied with a ribbon made of seafoam. That's never a good sign. You stare at it warily. It's damp, faintly glittery, and smells like lilacs and bad decisions. Aphrodite. You don't open the scroll. You just hold it out and mutter, "Not today, please." But you know how this works. Mainstream historical fact, Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and irresistible desire, was as feared as she was worshipped. Her cults, especially in Corinth and Cyprus, mixed sensuality with sacred rites, and her myths were rarely about peaceful devotion. When she touched mortal lives, it wasn't to drop off chocolates. It was to complicate things. The scroll unrolls itself. Your goats, sensing romantic trouble, flee. The message reads, "You've been chosen to host the spring blessing of love. Prepare your village. Look lovely." Signed with a tiny kiss mark. Aphrodite. You sigh so hard it stirs the ashes in the hearth. You're not ready to look lovely. You're covered in forge dust, you haven't trimmed your eyebrows since Apollo gave your ears tinnitus, and your idea of a flirtatious gesture is not tripping on the way to hand someone a fig. But you've been chosen, and when Aphrodite chooses you, even casually, it usually ends with heartache, mistaken identities, or passionate affairs between barn animals. The village is already buzzing. Word spreads fast when a love goddess is involved. Some villagers are delighted, rubbing oil into their hair, practicing winks, composing awkward poems. Others are panicking, especially the married ones. Your aunt locks herself in her olive press. Your uncle puts on 3 tunics at once just in case. Preparations begin. Offerings of roses, seashells, honeycombs, and, oddly, apples are gathered at the village altar. You vaguely remember the story of the golden apple that started the Trojan War and mutter, "No apples." Absolutely no apples. Fringe tidbit: in some fringe myths, Aphrodite's blessings weren't just about romance, they also caused people to fall in love with concepts. Fame. Power. The color blue. There's one tale of a shepherd who fell madly for a statue of a turnip. He named it Grace. It did not end well. As the sun rises to an annoyingly beautiful angle, she arrives. Aphrodite doesn't walk into the village. She floats. Not visibly, no clouds or sparkles, but you can tell. Her presence changes the air. The light bends around her in that too perfect way. Her hair is windswept in the correct direction, even though there's no breeze. Her dress shimmers with colors that don't even have names yet. She looks around, mildly pleased. Then she looks at you. "Oh," she says. "We'll need to work on that." You smile stiffly, unsure if she means your tunic or your whole life. She snaps her fingers. Suddenly, you're wearing a robe so soft it might be made of size. Your skin glows. Your hair smells like citrus. You glance down and whisper, "Please tell me I'm not about to fall in love with a goat." She chuckles. "No, dear. But someone will fall in love with you." Your stomach flips. No. No, no, no. You're just a background mortal. You do chores. You've had plague exposure. You're not love interest material. But Aphrodite doesn't care about your comfort zone. The rest of the day unfolds in a confusing, awkward haze. Villagers declare crushes, recite sonnets, confess embarrassing feelings to trees by mistake. Two goats elope, again. Someone writes a love letter to a puddle and cries when it dries. And you? You try to stay out of the way. But people keep looking at you with that peculiar expression, somewhere between "Do I know you?" and "Why is your hair sparkling?" Aphrodite notices. "Do you want to be admired?" she asks, swirling honey into her goblet. You hesitate. "I want to not cause chaos." She rolls her eyes. "Boring." "Fine. One kiss." "What?" "I'll kiss you on the forehead. You'll glow for an hour. After that, things return to normal." You blink. Define normal. No one dies of longing. You think it over. It's either that or keep dodging heartfelt declarations from neighbors you once saw fall into a well. You nod. She leans in, brushes your forehead with her lips, and just like that, you feel warm. Not sunburn warm. Loved warm. The kind of warmth that makes you feel a little stronger, a little taller, and somehow seen. For the next hour, everyone smiles at you. Even the grumpy olive seller. Even the rock that looks like a nose seems to wink. And then, as promised, it fades. The air settles. The madness trickles away. The goats return to their regular bickering. Your sparkle dims, your robe dulls, and the village exhales. Aphrodite stretches like a cat and sighs, "That was nice. I'm off. Try not to ruin it." Then she's gone, like a sigh on a beach breeze. Historians still debate whether Aphrodite represented destructive passion or divine beauty's transformative power. You decided it's both. You lie down on your mat, cheeks warm, heart confused, and whisper, "I better not be in someone's epic poem now." The goat nods sagely. Too late. I saw your name scrawled in fig juice. Great. You wake up, blink, and briefly wonder if you're dead. Not because you're in pain, you are, or because your bed has mysteriously vanished, it has, but because everything is so quiet. Peaceful. The air is cool, the light is soft, and your goat isn't yelling about oat inequality. You sit up and realize you're not in your hut. You're outside, lying on a patch of moss under a laurel tree, with a single coin resting on your chest. A gold coin. You flinch. Then you groan. Because you remember now, you died. At least according to tradition. A coin on the chest? That's for the ferryman. This is not a joke. This is not a drill. This is Hades. Mainstream historical fact: Hades, ruler of the underworld and god of the dead, was not considered evil, just inevitable. Unlike the more dramatic Olympians, Hades kept to his domain, ran a strict and tidy afterlife system, and rarely interfered with mortal life unless provoked. Most ancient Greeks didn't fear him personally, they just didn't want to meet him anytime soon. You scramble to your feet. No injuries. No wounds. No dramatic death memory. You're breathing. So why are you in the underworld? A low hum rises from the mist ahead. You see a narrow river, flat as glass, stretching into grayness. And at the bank, of course, is Charon, the ferryman. Robed. Silent. Holding out his hand. I didn't die, you blurt. He doesn't blink. I definitely didn't die. Still nothing. You pat yourself down. Everything feels intact. You even still have the spiral token from Hephaestus, and it's glowing faintly. Fringe tidbit: there are scattered myths of mortals being pulled into the underworld by accident, wrong names, mistaken identities, cosmic paperwork errors. One particularly strange tale involves a man who was abducted by mistake because he shared a name with a cursed figure. You're starting to think something similar happened here. You hold up the spiral. Charon pauses. Then nods. Slowly. And lowers his hand. You're not dead. You're just visiting. Somehow. The river flows on without you, and you follow a narrow path up a pale hill, the terrain strangely soft underfoot. The underworld is not what you expected. No fire. No wailing. No obvious torment. Just a heavy stillness, like the world is holding its breath. Then you hear the footsteps. Measured. Metallic. Calm. He appears just ahead, a tall man in shadow-colored robes, eyes like cooled ash, with a crown made of dead flowers and volcanic glass. Hades. He studies you for a moment. Then, in a voice that sounds like pages turning in an old book, he says, "You are not on the list." You smile nervously. Good? He tilts his head. So why are you here? You explain, stammering, the coin, the waking up here, the lack of death. You mention the Dionysian chaos, the forge work, the weird sparkle robe from Aphrodite. His brow furrows slightly at that part. This is unusual, he says, almost kindly. But not unfixable. You try to look grateful and not like someone who's about to be turned into mist. I don't like mistakes, he continues. But I'm not unreasonable. That's comforting. Probably. He gestures, and the air shifts. You see a long corridor open behind him, full of doorways, soft lights, and distant whispers. Souls, maybe. Memories. Or just very elaborate symbolism. One room glows a bit brighter. He looks toward it, thoughtful. You are temporarily mortal. But this could have been your room. You swallow hard. Why? You're close, he says. Close to fate. Close to meaning. The gods notice. That's never good, you mutter. He smiles, just a little. Then he says something that freezes your spine. Should you wish to remain dead one day, Return the coin. Your hand itches where the coin was. You glance down. It's gone. He nods, satisfied. You may go. And just like that, you wake up again. Back in your hut. Face down in your own barley. A goat chewing your sleeve. Your cousin is sitting nearby, poking your forehead. You okay? You fell asleep in the grain bin. Again. You sit up too fast and immediately regret it. Did I die? No, your cousin says. But you were very still, and your hair got sucked into the funnel. Lovely. Historians still argue whether mortals actually believed in visiting the underworld during life or whether such tales were metaphors for dream states, sacred rituals, or poetic drama. You now firmly believe that something is down there, and it's very organized. You stumble to the spring and splash water on your face. You half expect to see mist or coins or that dead flower crown. But the water just ripples. You're alive. Still mortal. And definitely avoiding naps for the rest of the week. You wake up gasping, still half convinced you're in the underworld. The dream, or whatever it was, lingers behind your eyes like smoke. You stare at the ceiling of your hut for a long time, waiting for something to shift, for Hades to emerge from a pot or Charon to knock on the door with his oar. But nothing happens. Except for your cousin standing over you with a spoon. You were whispering in your sleep again, he says. Something about coins and regrets. You mutter something about divine bureaucracy and kick off your blanket. But deep down, you know what's coming. Once the gods notice you, even a little, they don't stop. Today's guest deity doesn't announce themselves with lightning or drums or sparkle-infused picnic baskets. Instead, you notice something strange as you step outside. The village oracle is screaming. Not dramatic screams. Tired screams. The kind that say, I've been given a vision and no one's going to believe it. You run toward the shrine. The oracle, a woman named Lysandra, known for predicting things like rain tomorrow and don't trust goats during the solstice, is clutching her head and babbling nonsense. You lean in. She said yes before he asked. Lysandra moans. The sand is upside down. The baby will speak backward. Oh no. Apollo's been busy again. But this isn't about him. This is about his protégés. His little blessings. The mortals he marks with that twisted gift, prophecy. Mainstream historical fact, in ancient Greece, seers and prophets were highly respected and also frequently ignored. Apollo was the god of oracles, and his most famous priestess, the Pythia of Delphi, would enter trance states and deliver cryptic answers that kings and commoners would spend years trying to decode. The irony? Even when she told the truth, no one ever knew what it meant until it was too late. Today, Apollo hasn't given you prophecy. He's given it to your neighbor. Doros. A cheese merchant. Who now insists he sees the future, slightly, maybe. You watch him shout at a tree about taxes. Then he looks at you. You will stub your toe, he says. You wait. You stub your toe. Perfect. See, he says, thrilled. I have the sight. You hobble away, muttering. I miss when people couldn't see the future. Because that's the thing with prophecy, it's useless. No one believes you, or they do believe you but misunderstand, or you say something completely accurate like don't sail west, and then get blamed when the boat explodes anyway. Fringe tidbit, there's an old tale about a woman who could hear the future but only 5 seconds before it happened. She lived her entire life jumping, shouting watch out, and being completely ignored. Eventually, she gave up and opened a bakery. You stop by the shrine to Apollo. It's unusually loud. Inside, the statue has changed. His lyre has more strings than before, and his mouth is open like his mid-poem. Never a good sign. You mutter, please stop giving visions to cheese vendors. Or at least limit them to dairy-related omens. The flames in the shrine flicker. Then you hear it. A voice. Crisp. Aloof. Melodic. You seem skeptical of divine insight. You spin. There's a man standing beside you, glowing faintly gold, with a wreath of laurel leaves and the bored expression of someone who's had to explain riddles to mortals for far too long. Apollo. You groan softly. I just want to know what day it is, you say. That's all. He smiles. Time is a river. Right. Thank you. Very helpful. He walks around the shrine, trailing his fingers across the stone as if listening to music no one else can hear. You mortals always ask for knowledge, he says. And when I give it, you curse me. To be fair, you say, you once gave a prophecy in the form of a knock-knock joke. Art, he replies. You sigh. Why me? Why my village? He shrugs. The winds pointed this way. The moon was moody. I liked your goat. You nod. That tracks. Then he stops. You're curious, aren't you? About your fate. Only if it's vague. He leans close. His breath smells like citrus and metaphor. You will leave, he says softly. But not far. You will rise, but not tall. You will be remembered, but not accurately. You blink. That's it. He grins. Prophecy is seasoning, not soup. Then he vanishes in a puff of harp music and unearned confidence. You sit in the dirt for a long while. Later, Doros the cheese prophet tells everyone that someone's going to sneeze during the harvest and doom the tomatoes. Everyone gasps. You shake your head and go home, hoping no one dreams too vividly tonight. Historians still debate whether prophecy in Greek myth was ever meant to guide or only to dramatize the inevitable. You now believe it's neither. It's just another cosmic joke with a dramatic soundtrack. You fall asleep that night to the sound of someone down the road yelling, I just saw the future and it has more geese. Of course it does. You wake up to the sharp smell of crushed mint and bad decisions. Your mouth tastes like you've been sucking on old tree bark, and your hands are sticky with something floral. You sit up slowly and realize you're covered in petals. Pink ones. Hundreds of them. They're in your tunic, in your hair, in your mouth. A bee buzzes lazily by and seems to nod at you. This is not good. You stagger outside and hear your name being whispered by the wind. Not dramatically. Passive-aggressively. You freeze. Because that can only mean one thing. You have offended a nymph. Not just any spirit, the nature spirit. A creature of stream, tree, breeze, or bush who gets cranky if you pick the wrong flower, say something flippant about moss, or, gods forbid, relieve yourself near a sacred shrub. You run through yesterday's events in your mind. You picked some mint for your stew. From the stream bank. Near the old twisted tree. You may have kicked a rock into the water while humming. You might have muttered something about useless pretty plants. You slap your forehead. You definitely angered a nymph. Mainstream historical fact, in Greek mythology, nymphs weren't minor. They were powerful, hyperlocalized spirits tied to the natural world. There were dryads for trees, naiads for rivers, oreads for mountains, and nereids for the sea. They didn't throw lightning, but they didn't have to. They could curse you, haunt you, misplace your livestock, or tangle your hair permanently. You rush to the stream, barefoot and guilty, holding an offering of honey and a sad little daisy you found in your goat's fur. The water is still. Too still. A bad sign. Water is supposed to burble. Burbling means forgiveness. This is silent. This is judgy. You kneel beside the bank and whisper, "I'm sorry I said mint is pointless. I was hungry. I was foolish. I didn't know this was a sacred patch." The surface ripples. You hold your breath. Then something tugs your ear. Gently, but firmly. You yelp. You turn. No one's there. But a voice, clear and breezy, whispers, "You wear your apology poorly." You slap the daisy onto the water, drop the honey, and add, "I can also compose a poem." The water chuckles. A second later, the petals vanish. Forgiveness granted, sort of. You sit there in the dirt, heart pounding. One of the goats wanders by and asks, "Did you get dumped by a shrub?" You scowl. "I offended a nymph." The goat nods. We've all been there. Back in the village, word spreads fast. Your cousin asks if you're cursed. The olive seller refuses to touch your silver coins until they're dehexed. The local seer gives you a pickle to absorb residual spite. You sigh and take it. Fringe tidbit, in some village traditions, it was believed that nymphs had favorites among mortals. They'd visit them in dreams, gift them small blessings, like healthy hair or clever children, and occasionally whisper suggestions during planting season. Unfortunately, they were also known to drop those mortals like spoiled figs if insulted. So, no pressure. By midday, the petals have stopped clinging to you, but your shadow flickers weirdly. A little slower than it should. A little sassier. You ignore it. The village elder insists you attend a cleansing of natural grumpiness ceremony. It involves standing in a circle of rosemary while being fanned with damp bark. Your cousin sings a chant with the wrong lyrics. You endure it because, frankly, you can't afford another floral haunting. Historians still argue whether belief in nymphs was rooted in animism, early environmental respect, or just a really convenient way to explain weird happenings in the woods. Either way, you now believe strongly in not mocking mint. That night, you lie under the stars, muttering compliments to trees just in case they're listening. "Great bark work today," you tell the fig tree. "Strong trunk energy." The wind shifts slightly. You take that as a thank you. Just before sleep, the goats settle beside you, and one whispers, "Next time, stick to parsley." It doesn't hold grudges. You wake up with a headache and a mouthful of sand. Which is odd, because you don't live near the coast, and you definitely didn't fall asleep in a sandpit. You sit up, sputter out a pebble, and glance around. Your hut is damp. Not ocean damp. Not morning dew damp. Spring damp. And by spring, you don't mean the season. You mean the cursed, slightly glowing, maybe haunted water source at the edge of the village. You groan. Not again. Your cousin pokes his head through the door and announces, very helpfully, the well's boiling and the sacred spring is laughing. You don't even blink anymore. Mainstream historical fact, ancient Greek villages were obsessed with water sources, rightfully so. Springs, wells, and fountains were essential for survival and often believed to be directly linked to nymphs, river gods, or even chthonic deities. Some were worshipped with offerings, others were avoided entirely for fear of curses, madness, or sudden transformation into something aquatic. You follow your cousin to the spring, barefoot, head still pounding, and there it is, the water is shimmering. Not reflecting the sun, shimmering from within. A weird, greenish-blue glow pulses just beneath the surface. A few frogs sit at the edge, staring at it like it's about to offer them stock tips. The village elders are already there, fretting. "I told you we shouldn't have thrown the parsley in last week," one whispers. "She liked the mint." You freeze. She. Of course. The spring is sacred. Tied to a local water nymph named Clara, who may or may not have a temper and definitely remembers everything. Including, apparently, last week's unfortunate herb swap. You peer into the spring. The water shifts, and your face stares back at you. Then winks. Nope. You back away, slowly. But it's too late. The ground under your feet sloshes like soggy bread, and the spring giggles. Not a charming giggle. A revenge giggle. You suddenly feel very unhydrated. Fringe tidbit: some forgotten cults believed that certain springs could claim mortals for a short period, dragging them into a watery dreamscape for hours or days. The mortals would emerge soaked and blinking, often unable to remember anything except that frogs now made perfect sense. You try to convince everyone to leave it alone. Let it calm down. Maybe toss in a pearl. But your uncle, who has all the restraint of a goat in a vineyard, decides to splash it. The spring erupts. Not violently, just dramatically. A geyser shoots 10 feet into the air, spraying everyone with floral-scented mist. Your hair is soaked instantly. The frogs hop in unison. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster screams. You stagger backward and fall on your rear. The water hisses, then settles. The spring now glows a pale lavender. Your skin tingles. Your vision swims. You hear singing. Oh no. You're in it now. The village blurs. Your cousin's voice fades. The goats turn into silhouettes. You blink. And suddenly, you're underwater. Not wet. Not drowning. Just there. It's peaceful. Silent. You're standing in a submerged forest. The trees wave gently with invisible currents. Pearlescent fish drift by, their scales spelling words you can't quite read. A figure emerges through the reeds. Clara. Tall. Shimmering. Waterfall hair. Eyes like river glass. No visible eyebrows, intimidating. You mocked the mint, she says. I apologized, you say. I built a rosemary circle. She narrows her eyes. You sang to a fig tree, not to me. You point to your soaked tunic. Does this look like someone who meant to offend a spring? She considers you. Then waves a hand. Suddenly, you're back on land, drenched, surrounded by stunned villagers, and holding a perfect lily in one hand. The spring is quiet again. Normal water. No giggling. No frogs. Well, one frog. He's wearing a tiny flower crown now. You crawl home, still dripping, lily tucked into your belt. Historians still argue whether sacred springs were genuinely feared or simply revered through long-held traditions. After today, you're firmly in this please don't make eye contact with the water camp. That night, you dream of fish with poetic voices and trees that weep wine. You wake up to a goat licking your foot and whispering, you were humming in your sleep. It was unsettling. You smile faintly. Water has opinions. The goat nods solemnly. Don't we all? You wake up to someone knocking on your forehead. It's not metaphorical. Your cousin is literally crouched next to your mat, gently tapping your brow with a carved stick shaped like a dolphin. He's whispering, "Wake up." The oracle's doing it again. You sit bolt upright, because doing it again can only mean one thing. The oracle, bless her ambiguous soul, is giving out prophecies. And not just the standard ones about weather and goat fertility. No. These are the real deal. The public ones. And that's always a disaster. You shove a piece of stale bread into your mouth and head to the square, trailing behind a small crowd of villagers, all shuffling nervously like they're about to be randomly selected to wrestle a ghost. Sure enough, there she is, Lysandra the Oracle, seated on her special woven mat, her eyes glazed like half-melted olives. She sways slightly, whispering words that sound like someone trying to solve a riddle with one hand tied behind their back and the other holding wine. You slide into the back of the crowd, hoping she won't notice you. She notices you. She points at you. Of course she does. Mainstream historical fact: oracles in ancient Greece were often consulted in moments of crisis, before wars, during plagues, when someone lost a sandal in a suspicious breeze. The most famous, the Pythia at Delphi, inhaled vapors believed to be sacred and gave answers laced in poetic vagueness. No one got a yes or no. You got metaphors. And if you didn't like the metaphor, tough. Lysandra speaks. The left-facing fish will weep thrice at dawn. Beware the man with sandals that match. The road will split, and only the silent fig will know the truth. She pauses dramatically. Everyone turns and looks at you. You blink. I don't even like figures. Someone mutters, but you sang to one last week. The crowd murmurs. Suspicion swells. And just like that, your day is cursed. Again. You pull your cousin aside. What does that even mean? He shrugs. Fish, sandals, figures. Seems clear to me. It absolutely does not. You spend the rest of the morning dodging stares and avoiding any left-facing fish. Your sandals, naturally, do match today, which causes at least 3 people to spit over their shoulders when you walk past. You try to find comfort in logic. Maybe it's just a metaphor. Maybe none of it's literal. But this is Greek mythology, where metaphors have teeth and sometimes become actual snakes. By midday, the fishmonger's cart collapses. No one's hurt. But one of the fish, a particularly sad-looking trout, is found on the ground with a single drop of water sliding down its glassy cheek. Everyone gasps. The weeping fish, someone cries. They all look at you. You run. You hide behind the olive press. A cat watches you with too much interest. Somewhere, a fig tree rustles ominously. Fringe tidbit: in a lesser-known myth, a young man was driven out of his town after an oracle declared he would one day smell like betrayal. He did nothing wrong, but every time the wind shifted, people sniffed him nervously. Eventually he changed his name to Basil and moved into the hills. The moral? Oracles ruin lives, even by accident. Later, you try to consult Lysandra yourself. You bring her a bowl of honey and a sprig of mint. She nods sleepily and says, betrayal's favorite snack. You ask, as calmly as you can, am I going to die? Or be turned into a fig? Or become a road? She sniffs. The road will split. Your mouth will stay closed. The fig sees. The fig remembers. You stare. Can I opt out of prophecy? She shrugs. Ask Apollo. Last time I asked Apollo, he told me my fate was seasoned. She grins, dreamy. Ah. Spice destiny. Rare. You leave, head spinning, confidence in shambles. By evening, the villagers are still whispering. Someone leaves a dried fig on your doorstep with a note that says, "Don't trust the sandals." You throw it into the goat pen. One goat eats it and immediately falls asleep. You pace in your hut, trying to piece it together. Left-facing fish, the one from the cart. Weep thrice at dawn, check. Sandals that match, check. Silent fig, no clue. You whisper at the fig tree outside. It does not respond. But it does seem judgmental. Historians still argue whether oracles truly influence day-to-day decisions or if their words were retroactively interpreted to fit events. You now believe it's both, and that the fig tree definitely knows something. That night, you refuse to take off your sandals, just in case removing them fulfills some hidden clause of the prophecy. You dream of fish whispering riddles into jars. In the morning, your sandals are gone. You sigh, thanks, Hermes, and wait for the fig tree to speak. You wake up to the sound of yelling. Not divine yelling. Not even cursed yelling. Just normal, loud, mortal yelling about a cow and a cart and a mud pit, which is arguably worse. You pull the blanket over your head and wish, fervently, that the gods could just once send a letter of apology for making your village exist in such an aggressively inconvenient location. Because today's nightmare? Traffic. You groggily rise, stretch your sore limbs, and step outside to behold the utter disaster unfolding in the village's only real road, which is, generously, a dry riverbed with dreams of becoming a goat path. There's an ox cart wedged between two olive trees. The ox, a veteran of 3 harvest seasons and 1 minor satyr incident, is loudly refusing to move. A traveling vendor is arguing with a shepherd. The mud, which shouldn't even be here in midsummer, is clinging to every sandal like it's trying to make new friends. And smack in the middle of all this chaos, someone is yelling your name. You brace yourself. You're the traffic coordinator, aren't you? What, you say? Since when? Since you survived Prophecy Week. Now move the goats. You glance behind you. 3 goats are standing on top of a broken wheel, chewing laurel leaves they definitely weren't supposed to find. One nods sagely. This is what we call urban congestion. You sigh. Mainstream historical fact, ancient Greek villages didn't have what we'd call urban planning. Roads were dirt. Sometimes stone, if you were fancy or funded by a particularly show-offy hero. Most transportation happened by foot, donkey, or ox cart, with traffic jams often caused by religious processions, weddings, or roaming livestock with attitude problems. Today, your village is experiencing all 3. The vendor insists on getting through because he's carrying sacred cabbage. The priest insists the cabbages are unclean because they pass through a shadow at dawn. And the ox? The ox has simply decided that this is where it dies, and you may all adjust your calendars accordingly. You attempt to help by moving some stones. One of them turns out to be a sleeping snake. You scream, the snake hisses, and the goat watching from the fence mutters, flawless diplomacy. The shepherd tries to lead his flock around the cart but ends up tangled in the ox's reins. The vendor drops a jar of pickled turnips, which immediately attracts satyrs. And as if summoned by the chaos itself, Hermes appears again, lounging on a rock with a grin like he just invented inconvenience. Lovely commute, isn't it? He says, eating a fig he definitely stole. I blame you, you say. He raises an eyebrow. For poor infrastructure. Yes. He shrugs. I only provide the mess. Mortals make it stick. Then he's gone. Typical. Fringe tidbit, some regional myths tell of minor road gods, small deities whose only duty was to protect travelers from inconvenience. They failed constantly. Offerings included smooth stones, salt, or shoes with the left toe stitched slightly differently. These gods had names like Trictus, he who trips, and stumblios, bringer of unexpected holes. You silently offer a pebble to Tryptus. It immediately bounces into the mud. You take that as a no. Eventually, the ox decides it will move after all, but only backwards. The vendor nearly faints. The cart slips sideways, topples, and sends jars of dried figs rolling into the weeds. Children chase them like it's the festival of rolling nonsense. You drag a goat out of the way just before someone drops a bucket of cucumbers from a rooftop. Your cousin shows up with a reed flute and tries to calm the traffic with music. It does not work. By late afternoon, everyone's so covered in mud, fruit pulp, and divine apathy that no one remembers why they were going anywhere in the first place. The ox wanders off into the hills, still hitched to half the cart. The vendor sits in the mud, whispering about cabbage destinies. The priest says it's a sign from Hera that all religious processions must now be conducted in sandals only. And you? You go home. You scrape mud off your feet with a stick that you hope isn't sacred. You lie flat on your mat. You swear you will never stand in another procession-related delay again. Historians still argue whether the constant presence of livestock in ancient Greek transportation systems was a flaw in infrastructure or simply a way to keep everyone humble. You believe it's both. Also, you're starting to suspect the mud has opinions. As the stars rise and the air finally cools, a goat wanders in, still chewing a laurel leaf. They're planning a wedding and a funeral on the same road tomorrow, she says. You bury your face in your blanket and scream into it. Just a little. You wake up with straw in your mouth and hoofprints on your chest. Not metaphorical hoofprints, actual ones. Faint, muddy, and suspiciously shaped like they were left by a hero's horse. You blink groggily. Why is there a hoofprint on my sternum? Your cousin leans in through the window. There was a hero in the village square last night. Named his horse after himself. It stepped on you while he was giving a speech. Of course it did. You sit up slowly. Every bone aches. Not from godly punishment this time, but from heroic collateral damage. Which, frankly, might be worse. Because if there's anything more dangerous than divine interference in your boring mortal life, it's when a demigod shows up to help. Mainstream historical fact, in Greek myth, heroes weren't just warriors, they were celebrities. Glorified and worshipped after death, many were considered half-divine and often did more damage than the monsters they were meant to defeat. Think Heracles tearing through cities on a rage quest or Achilles sulking with a body count. Their heroic deeds were usually followed by a generous helping of ruin, famine, or awkward statues. Today, your village has one of these so-called heroes stomping around, offering blessings, telling stories, and, most importantly, getting in everyone's way. You limp to the square. It's chaos. Children are tying bits of cloth around their foreheads. A woman is selling genuine hero sweat in tiny jars. Your uncle is trying to get the hero to bless his turnips. And there he is, 6 feet of sculpted arrogance, bronzed by the sun, hair like a lion that's never lost a fight, and a grin that says, "I once dated a goddess and it didn't end well." His name? Polydexos the Triumphant. You can't prove it, but you're pretty sure he gave himself that last part. He's standing on a crate, telling a story about slaying something with 3 heads and 2 taxes, while dramatically flexing with every punctuation mark. His horse, also named Polydexos, is chewing on your neighbor's tunic. Fear not, he bellows. I am here to rid this region of monsters, curses, and improperly trimmed hedges. Someone cheers. A goat sneezes. You consider throwing your sandal at him. Fringe tidbit, there are forgotten myths in which entire towns tried to politely ask heroes to leave. Some would leave behind gifts that turned out to be booby-trapped shields, cursed armor, or a self-writing scroll that never stopped reciting their deeds. One village allegedly dumped their hero statue into the sea to stop it from loudly narrating its own existence every full moon. You try to slip away unnoticed, but the hero spots you. "You there, wounded villager? Step forth." You groan. He claps a huge hand on your shoulder and announces, "You've clearly survived a monster. That hoof-shaped bruise? Proof of your own inner heroism." "I was asleep," you mutter. "Exactly," he says. Sleep fighting is very advanced. He pulls you forward and makes you stand next to him while he continues his tale about battling a horde of sentient vines. Meanwhile, his horse poops directly onto the offering altar. You glance at the gods. "Please don't take that personally." Polydexos insists on assessing your village's defenses, which apparently means knocking on your doors and yelling "monster check" before storming in, sword raised. He bursts into your home, frightens your mother, and accuses a broom of being a disguised gorgon. He then challenges your neighbor's well to a duel because it made a gurgling sound too aggressively. You manage to convince him to rest by offering an amphora of wine and pretending it's a test of mortal tolerance to divine spirits. He drinks. He gets sleepy. You tuck him under a fig tree and pray to any minor deity listening to keep him there until dawn. That night, the village meets secretly. "We have to do something," someone whispers. "He broke my roof trying to fight a wasp." "I saw him challenge his own reflection to a wrestling match," says another. "I caught him flexing at the goat statue." It's unanimous. The hero has to go. You come up with a plan. At dawn, you slip a scroll under Polydexos's hand. It's a quest notice, faked, of course, about a dangerous chimera terrorizing a town for days south through difficult terrain. You add a very convincing sketch of the beast. It mostly looks like a rooster on fire, but you label it extremely threatening. When he wakes, he seizes the scroll with glee. "A call to greatness. I shall depart at once." You all cheer way too enthusiastically. He mounts Polydexos the horse, shouts something about destiny, and rides into the sunrise, his armor slightly crooked and his cape caught in a bush. As he vanishes over the hill, the village sighs in relief. "Do you think it'll work?" your cousin asks. "Depends if he figures out roosters can't breathe fire." You return to your hut, bruised, tired, and only slightly trampled. Your mat has never felt more welcoming. Historians still argue whether heroes were truly admired or secretly feared by the average Greek villager. You now believe it's both, and that sometimes the real heroic act is surviving their visit. The goats agree. One of them mumbles, "I miss when the only drama was prophecy." You nod. At least prophecies don't kick over your cooking pot. You wake up to screaming. Not from a god, not from your cousin, and miraculously, not from a prophecy-induced goat panic. No. Today's screaming is coming from the sky. You stagger outside, shielding your eyes, and see them, birds. Dozens of them. Loud, aggressive, and flying in tight circles over the village like they're late for a really angry wedding. One dive bombs the bakery. Another steals a headscarf right off someone's head. A third perches on the altar and poops directly on a jar of olives meant for Athena. Oh no. Today, the gods have sent you omens. Mainstream historical fact, omens and augury, the practice of interpreting divine will through signs, especially birds, were deeply woven into daily life in ancient Greece. Augurs, sometimes called ornithomancers, could read a bird's flight pattern, behavior, or even its cries to determine the outcome of battles, harvests, or marriages. Some birds were seen as sacred messengers. Others were considered bad news with wings. You stumble toward the town square, still groggy, only to be greeted by the oracle waving a stick at the sky and shrieking, "They're flying west." That means emotional betrayal. You rub your temples. "I thought west meant rain." "Not today," she snaps. "Today it means sadness." A flock of doves swoops past, trailing feathers and unsettling vibes. One lands on your shoulder. It stares into your soul. You whisper, "Please don't be symbolic." It coos ominously. The village elder declares an emergency augury council, which, in your experience, means gathering around a fire, staring at birds, and wildly disagreeing about what they mean. "Two hawks in formation," shouts your uncle. Clearly a sign of war. "Unless it's love," says your cousin. "They were flying close." "Or famine," mutters the olive seller, clutching his now ruined jar. You offer a suggestion, maybe they're just birds. They all gasp. You dare dismiss the sacred flutterings, the oracle cries, flinging rosemary into the air. You back away slowly. Fringe tidbit, a lesser-known tradition held that certain birds could lie. Specifically, crows were believed by some rural priests to deliberately mislead augurs for sport. One village even had a trial for a raven accused of sending false marital prophecies. The raven won. Later in the day, a pigeon flies into the ceremonial goat shed, panics, and knocks over a jar of sacrificial milk. Everyone screams. The goat glares. You try to clean it up, but one of the doves pecks your wrist and drops a pebble into your sandal. You're almost certain it's a warning. You decide to visit the shrine of Apollo. Not for answers, those never come, but to return something, a small bundle of feathers you've collected throughout the day. Maybe if you give them back, the sky will calm down. You leave the feathers on the altar and whisper, "Tell your birds to chill." There's no reply. Except the wind picks up. A single feather floats down, impossibly slow, and lands on your head. You blink. The doves stop circling. The hawks disappear into the trees. Even the oracle stops shrieking and sits down. "You were heard," she whispers. "Probably not," you mutter. "But you'll take it." Historians still argue whether bird omens were truly believed or were just a very poetic way to stall decisions until someone saw a convenient seagull. Either way, you've decided not to trust anything with wings for the foreseeable future. That night, you try to sleep. You hear a single bird chirp outside. You whisper, "Don't you dare." The bird chirps again. The goat beside you mutters, "I think that one means gas." You pull your blanket tighter and dream of featherless skies. You wake up to silence. Not the peaceful kind. The suspicious kind. The kind that means something is either broken, plotting, or missing. You sit up cautiously, glance around your hut, and confirm your worst fear. Your goat is gone. Not the annoying one who chews your sandals. The smart one. The one who knows how to unlock doors and once beat your cousin at a game of stones. Her name is Thessaly, and she is missing. You leap to your feet. There's no note. No bleat. No hoof trail. Just a faint, lingering scent of myrrh. Oh no. You know that smell. You know exactly which deity steals livestock and leaves behind exotic aromatics. You mutter a string of nervous syllables and jog toward the temple district, sandals flapping, heart pounding. Mainstream historical fact, the goddess Hecate, mistress of crossroads, torches, and things that go bump in the night, was deeply respected and quietly feared. Associated with witchcraft, ghosts, moonlight, and secret knowledge, she was often invoked during transitions, births, deaths, and, apparently, pet theft. You arrive at the old crossroads shrine. It's overgrown, undermaintained, and always a little colder than it should be. The torches there are said to relight on their own when something is about to happen. Right now, 2 of them are gently smouldering, and the third is blinking like it's unsure whether this counts as an emergency. You take that as a yes. You approach the altar. It's been unused for months, maybe years. Most villagers avoid it. You kneel awkwardly, place a small offering of garlic and bread, and whisper, "Great Hecate, I think you stole my goat. Please return her. She's very clever and doesn't do well with mysteries. Also, she bites." Nothing happens. Then, the shadows around the base of the altar begin to ripple. And just like that, she's there. Not walking. Not floating. Just suddenly present. A tall, shadow-draped figure, torch in one hand, knife in the other, and a third arm holding what looks suspiciously like a leash. On the end of the leash, Thessaly, completely unbothered. You open your mouth to speak. Hecate raises a hand. "Speak only if you understand what it means to lose something," she says, voice quiet, almost kind. You hesitate. Then nod. She studies you. "This one wandered to me." "She wanders a lot," you say. "She wanted answers." You blink. "She's a goat." "She's more than that," Hecate murmurs. "A guide, perhaps. A bridge. A reminder." You don't understand any of it, but you nod anyway. Fringe tidbit: in rural traditions, Hecate was often honored not with temples but with small altars at crossroads or near doorways. Offerings of garlic, onions, eggs, and honey were left for her and her ghostly entourage. Some believed that dogs howled when she passed, while others said cats would bow. But no one said anything about goats. "Is she cursed now?" you ask quietly. Hecate tilts her head. "No. She's blessed. For now." You're not sure if that's better. She steps forward and places something in your hand, a tiny charm, shaped like a key. "It's warm. Use this when the way splits." "Literally or metaphorically?" you ask. "Yes," she says. Then she fades. Not disappears, just blends into the shadows, like she was never there. You and Thessaly are left alone. She blinks at you. You stare at her. She snorts and wanders off down the path, as if she didn't just have a divine midnight meeting with a goddess of magic. You sigh and follow. Later, you try to explain it to your cousin. He nods slowly and says, "So, the goat is now part of a moon cult." You shrug. She was always weird. That night, you place the key under your pillow. You dream of doorways, moonlight, and whispers that sound like recipes for soup and fate at the same time. Historians still argue whether Hecate was a remnant of pre-Olympian goddess worship or a deliberate invention to explain the eerie, in-between parts of life. You now believe she's both, and that she may have just added your goat to her sacred entourage. The next morning, Thessaly stares at the horizon like she's waiting for a moonbeam to speak. You decide to give her more garlic, just in case. You wake up to thunder, but not the sky kind. This thunder comes from the ground. A deep, rhythmic pounding that rattles your teeth and shakes dust from the rafters. You scramble upright, heart pounding. Earthquake? Drums? Rebellious goats with too much ambition? You run outside, barefoot and half-dressed, and find the entire village already gathered at the edge of the hills. Everyone is staring at the rising dust on the horizon. And then they arrive. Giants. Marching. Singing. Laughing like thunderclouds on vacation. 10 of them, maybe more, striding across the land like they own it, each one the size of your tallest cypress, each one carrying a boulder, a tree, or a weapon so large it probably has its own postal code. You stare in horror as they draw closer. These aren't hostile giants, exactly. They're festive. Loud. Drunk. One is wearing an entire goat as a hat. And then you hear it. Festival time. Oh no. Mainstream historical fact, ancient Greek myths tell of the Gigantes, giants born from Gaia and often associated with rebellion, Earth's wrath, or epic battles with the Olympian gods. But in some regional stories, not all giants were warlike. A few were known for feasting, excessive storytelling, and, most annoyingly, dropping in uninvited. The village elder moans, "Not again." It's the anniversary of their truce with the mountain nymphs. You blink. There was a truce. Oh yes, she says. After the cake incident. You decide not to ask. The giants arrive with all the subtlety of a herd of elephants in a pottery shop. They laugh. They hug trees too hard. One of them tries to high-five a windmill and breaks it in half. You're just about to slink away when one of them spots you. Hey! You! FIG human! You blink. What? You smell like fig trees. You must be the local planner. Where do we set up the wrestling pit? You open your mouth. Close it again. Then point vaguely toward the goat pen. Excellent! Within minutes, goats are fleeing in every direction, and the largest giant, named, unironically, Peblos, is digging a pit with his bare hands. The festival begins. You never agreed to host it. There are games, tug-of-war using actual trees, a race where they leap over rivers, and something they call rock bull that ends with 3 smashed huts and 1 very disoriented owl. They're singing deep, rumbling ballads about punching volcanoes and wrestling clouds into submission. And food, enormous roasted vegetables, honey the size of buckets, and 1 cake so large it takes 4 giants just to carry it. Fringe tidbit, one lost myth from the Boeotian region tells of a village that was crushed flat during a friendly visit from party giants. The village later rebuilt with houses made entirely of round shapes so that no corners could be squashed. The legend ends with the line, and from that day, they only invited mortals to parties. You try to avoid being stepped on. You try to avoid being noticed at all. But giants are excellent at spotting nervous humans. You must tell a story, Peblos booms. You panic. I don't have one. Everyone has a story, he bellows. Tell us the one about the thing with the fish and the bird. You take a deep breath. Once, a fish challenged a bird to a staring contest. The bird blinked. The end. There is a long silence. Then raucous laughter. You are funny. Peblos yells. We named this hill after you. You blink. That's not necessary. Too late. He grabs a massive stone and begins carving your name into it with his fingernail. The festival continues into the night. You somehow get roped into judging a pie-eating contest. The pies are the size of rooftops. A goat wins by sneaking in and eating from all 3 competitors' plates while they were distracted by a dancing giantess. Eventually, as dawn threatens to break, the giants begin to doze. One falls asleep using the town well as a pillow. Another curls up in the wheat field, snoring like distant thunder. You stagger back to your hut, covered in crumbs, dirt, and what might be pine sap. Historians still argue whether the Gigantes were real entities or symbolic representations of nature's raw, unpredictable power. You now believe they were very real, and very into spontaneous celebrations. Before you drift off, You glance outside. One giant has arranged stones into a lopsided heart near the fig tree. Etched inside, to the tiny storyteller. Thanks for the fish. You groan softly and whisper, please don't make this a seasonal thing. The wind answers with a very faint rumble that sounds suspiciously like a giggle. You wake up in a hole. A literal one. It takes you a moment to realize you're in the olive grove, half buried in loose dirt, with a shovel leaning across your chest and a note pinned to your tunic that reads, "You agreed to help." Your cousin. Of course you did. You stagger upright, spitting out a pebble, and discover that you've been conscripted into the village root sorting ritual, a once-a-decade event no one talks about until it's time to dig up things that may or may not be cursed. Today, you've been assigned to help reveal the ancient roots beneath the hill. Which sounds poetic until you realize it's just code for digging up whatever the earth has been hiding from you. And in Greek mythology, that's never just dirt. Mainstream historical fact, ancient Greeks often buried offerings, called votive deposits, beneath temples, shrines, and even roads. These included food, small figurines, broken tools, or carved stones. Sometimes, entire rituals were performed to awake the spirits beneath the soil, believed to carry messages to or from the underworld. You don't even get a proper breakfast before someone hands you a rusted trowel and points to a suspicious patch of earth near the edge of the grove. The dirt here is darker, wetter, whisperier. You crouch down and start to dig. At first, it's normal. Dirt, more dirt, a suspiciously round stone, and then clunk. You hit something solid. You clear it off gently and reveal an urn. Cracked, lopsided, and definitely humming. That's a problem. You raise your hand to get someone's attention, but your cousin just waves enthusiastically and yells, if it hums, it's working. Working how? No answer. You pull it out, carefully. Inside, a bundle of blackened roots, wrapped in fabric that disintegrates the moment you touch it. The roots twitch. You put the lid back on immediately. Found something weird, you call out. Perfect, says the elder. That means the ritual's succeeding. Define success, you mutter. Fringe tidbit, some fringe mystery cults believed the earth could store emotions, especially rage or betrayal, and would occasionally push those feelings to the surface in the form of twisted roots or bitter herbs. Anyone who touched them risked temporary madness, intense dreams, or becoming extremely good at riddles for 3 days. You decide to wash your hands. Too late. Because the moment you stand up, the world tilts. The olive trees sway. The shadows stretch. The urn in your hands glows faintly. And suddenly, you're not alone. A voice, thin, papery, and old as moss, whispers from the roots, "Do you remember where you were buried?" You blink. "I don't think I was." "You will be," it says cheerfully. You drop the urn. It doesn't shatter. It just lands, bounces once, and rolls into a nearby hole, perfectly upright. The ground sighs. The breeze picks up. And then, just like that, everything is quiet again. The elder claps. Excellent omen. Let's have lunch. You sit down in the grass, staring at your dirt-covered hands, and wonder how many spirits you just woke up. Answer: too many. That night, you can't sleep. Not just because you're sore from digging, but because your dreams are filled with roots, curling around your legs, tugging at your ankles, whispering riddles about olives and secrets and bones you didn't bury. In the morning, you find a sprout growing from your floor. You pluck it. It hisses. You toss it outside. Historians still argue whether root rituals were true religious practice or just cleverly disguised agriculture. You now believe they were both, and possibly a recruitment method for underworld horticulture. The next day, you wake to a fresh pile of dirt outside your door. On top, a small note carved into bark. "Thank you for remembering us." You stare at it. Thessaly the goat sniffs it and says, "If it asks for watering, we move." Agreed. You wake up to chanting. Soft at first, then louder. Rhythmically unsettling. Like a choir of old vegetables practicing for a funeral. You sit up, groggy and already suspicious. Because in this village, chanting either means someone's getting married to a river, or someone's trying to stop a curse before it hatches. You step outside and immediately see them, a cluster of villagers in a tight circle, arms linked, humming a low note that sounds like a bee stuck in a wine jar. Your cousin is in the middle, holding an egg. A black egg. You groan. "Oh no, it's a cursed day, isn't it?" He nods solemnly. The egg rolled uphill at dawn. We all saw it. Of course it did. Mainstream historical fact, the Greeks were big believers in curses, or catalai. These could be invoked by the gods, witches, jealous neighbors, or even you, if you said the wrong thing near a sacred statue. Curses were taken so seriously that entire rituals were developed to undo them, often involving strange food, whispered chants, or burying objects in very particular locations. This egg, apparently, was found at the edge of the graveyard, surrounded by ants forming the shape of a hand. A left hand, which means spite. Obviously. The oracle confirmed it, a curse has been laid. It smells of envy and goat fur. Everyone looked at you. You point at Thessaly. She sheds. The egg shudders in your cousin's hand. He winces. "We're preparing the reversal rite," he explains. "But we need someone to carry the egg to the old stone basin." "No," you say immediately. "Yes," he insists. "I'm not touching that thing." "You already accursed," the olive seller mutters. You glare at him. "That was the prophecy, not me." He shrugs. "Feel similar?" Reluctantly, you step forward and take the egg. It's warm. Too warm. You could swear it hums when you touch it. You whisper, "If you hatch into a demon chicken, I will lose my mind." The ritual begins. You are to walk in silence to the stone basin on the edge of the forest, one of those old, moss-covered altars no one uses anymore, except during supernatural emergencies. You must not speak. Not drop the egg. Not blink at any owls. Easy enough. You begin your journey. The birds are louder than usual. The wind shifts direction 5 times in half a minute. A pine cone falls from a tree and narrowly misses your head. You do not blink. You hold the egg close. It pulses faintly. Halfway there, you pass an old woman standing in the path. She's not from the village. She has no shadow. She asks, sweetly, "Where are you going with that?" You do not answer. She smiles. "You could give it to me. I know what to do." You keep walking. Her smile fades. Her voice becomes 2 voices layered over each other. You carry something that does not belong to you. You don't flinch. You walk faster. She hisses like a kettle. Then vanishes. You arrive at the stone basin. Place the egg inside. Sprinkle the goat's hair. You didn't ask for it, but your cousin handed it to you, just in case. Pour in the vinegar. Whisper the name of the moon that no one uses anymore. The egg cracks. Black smoke curls upward, slow, thick, and greasy. It forms a shape in the air. A face. Yours. But older. With much worse hair. Then it vanishes. The basin glows briefly. The forest goes still. You breathe. Then run. Back at the village, everyone cheers. The oracle announces, the curse is lifted. For now. You collapse onto your mat. Thessaly walks in with a wreath on her head. Did you do the egg thing? You groan. I don't want to talk about eggs for at least 3 years. Fringe tidbit, some Greek households kept curse shelves, where suspicious items were stored until they could be properly dealt with. These included bent nails, oddly colored eggs, shoes that squeaked backwards, or jars that made your voice echo wrong when you yelled into them. Historians still argue whether Greek curse rituals were real, symbolic, or just the community's way of dealing with stress. You now believe it was stress. Stress, and a shocking willingness to follow instructions involving vinegar and moonlight. That night, you dream of eggs cracking softly in your hands. When you wake up, there's a single feather on your pillow. You don't own any birds. You roll over and whisper, "Nope." You wake up to a very polite knock on your door. Polite knocks are rare, which makes this extra suspicious. You crack the door open and find a young woman standing there, wearing a laurel wreath, a robe that looks too clean for someone who lives around here, and a confident expression that screams, "I've memorized more hymns than you have sandals." She smiles brightly. "Hi," she says. "I'm here to assess your piety." You blink. My what now? Your sacred compliance. Ritual correctness. Devotional hygiene. She winks. You've been randomly selected for a temple audit. Oh no. Mainstream historical fact, in some ancient Greek city-states, temple officials, called nekoroi or hieropoi, were in charge of maintaining religious order, inspecting sacrificial offerings, enforcing rituals, and sometimes checking whether households were properly honoring the gods. Refusal to cooperate could lead to social shame, legal fines, or worse, getting cursed by a priest with nothing to lose. You step aside and let her in, because what else are you going to do? Say no? To a woman with scrolls, sandals that gleam ominously, and a measuring string for checking altar alignment. She walks a slow circle through your hut, humming softly. First stop, your personal shrine, a little corner with a cracked clay Athena, a bowl of ash, and a melted candle stub that may or may not have been sacrificed to Dionysus after a particularly stressful goat incident. She squints at it. This idol is chipped. She fell, you say quickly. She was pushed, murmurs the candle. You pretend you didn't hear that. She scribbles something on her scroll and moves on. Next, your offering stash. She sniffs your olive oil. Holds it up to the light. Millimeter, slightly rancid. Acceptable for minor deities. Insulting to Hera. You open your mouth to argue. She raises a finger. Do not defend sour oil in front of the gods. You close your mouth. Fringe tidbit, there are records, mostly ignored or mocked by mainstream scholars, of a traveling cult official named Marfessa the Pious, who once fined an entire town because their votive bread was underbaked. She claimed Apollo could taste the emotional texture of gluten. The town responded by switching to figs for 3 years. Now the auditor is testing your ritual timing. Do you recite hymns before or after breakfast? During? She gasps softly. Which hymns? You panic. The one with the part about the golden thighs. She scribbles more. I sometimes hum one, you add. Is humming allowed? She gives you a pitying look. Only if you hum in dactylic hexameter. You don't know what that is. She asks to see your dream log. Apparently, you're supposed to keep a detailed list of any divinely influenced dreams. You show her a rock you once woke up clutching. I think this is from Artemis. She nods. Could be. Or just a rock. But it's earnest. Finally, she asks about your goat rituals. Goats are sacred in at least for regional cults, she explains. Have you made any recent sacrificial dedications? You frown. Do snack bribes count? She hesitates. Depends. What were you bribing them to do? Leave me alone. That's borderline. She marks a complicated symbol on your scroll. By the end of the inspection, you're sweating. You've been told to burn something pleasant, realign your incense tray, and cleanse your hands of casual sarcasm. Then she hands you your piety rating. A flat clay token with a frowning face on one side and a goat's butt on the other. What does this mean, you ask? Needs improvement, she says, beaming. Is there a punishment? No. Just ongoing divine observation. You stare. You'll probably feel it in your dreams, she adds cheerfully. A minor haunting. Harmless. Then she leaves, whistling a hymn. You sit down. You exhale. Thessaly the goat walks in, chewing a reed. She glances at the token and says, you really should have swept under the shrine. I didn't know that counted. She shrugs. Historians still argue whether temple audits were formalized procedures or just local priestesses getting bored and power drunk. You now believe it's both, and that the gods don't need to punish you when bureaucracy already exists. That night, you dream of Hera giving you side-eye across a cluttered room. You wake up and immediately sweep your shrine. Just in case. You wake up in a tree. This is new. You blink at the morning sun filtering through the olive leaves, stretch one leg experimentally, and realize your tunic is snagged on a branch. Below you, a rooster is judging you aggressively. You'd be concerned, except this is your third weirdest awakening this month. You have no memory of climbing the tree. You do, however, remember drinking a strange tea offered by a wandering herbalist yesterday. She claimed it would help you see your path. She failed to mention it might involve sleep climbing into foliage. You carefully shimmy down, twig snagged and cranky, and trudge toward the village. That's when you notice the statues. They're everywhere. Small ones, large ones, some tucked between trees, others sitting calmly on rooftops. All stone. All silent. All new. And none of them were there yesterday. You walk past one that looks suspiciously like your cousin. Tunic folds and all. You freeze. Cousin? The statue does not respond. Oh no. Mainstream historical fact, in Greek mythology, petrification was often the result of encountering divine wrath, most famously from Medusa, whose gaze could turn mortals to stone. But lesser-known tales describe curses, punishments, or divine warnings where people, or entire towns, were turned into stone for offending a god, trespassing sacred ground, or disrespecting a ritual. You rush to the village square. There are more statues. One of them is holding a broom mid-sweep. Another is frozen mid-bite, fig still lodged between stone teeth. The oracle stands at the center, shaking a gourd rattle and muttering to herself. You approach cautiously. So, everyone's statues now? She nods. A test. From whom? She points at the sky. She returns. You look up. There's nothing there. Yet. The oracle adds, she once asked for quiet. We gave her drums. You blink. Who's she? The oracle sighs. The gazer. One of the uncounted. Not Olympian. Older. Moodier. Fringe tidbit: in one dusty fragment of a Thessalian epic, there's mention of a pre-Olympian watcher, a deity with no temple but many names, who once froze a village for singing too loud during a lunar eclipse. The warning at the end reads, "Do not meet her gaze unless you wish to carry stillness in your bones." You inch closer to the nearest statue. Definitely your cousin. Stone tongue mid-snark. A crow is perched on his shoulder, eating what's left of his lunch. Can we unfreeze them? Possibly, says the oracle. She must be appeased. With what? Stillness. Silence. Unblinking witness. That's vague. The oracle smiles. Welcome to divine negotiations. She hands you a bowl of water, a feather, and a pebble. You stare at them. Instructions? She shrugs. Make it look respectful. So, you do what you can. You place the bowl at the foot of the fig tree. Balance the pebble on the bowl. Place the feather on top. Then you sit. Very still. Nothing happens. You stay seated. The sun shifts. A breeze rattles the olive branches. A goat coughs politely in the distance. Then, slowly, the air thickens. A shadow passes across your face, not from above, but from inside the light. The trees don't move, but they lean. The birds don't chirp, but their wings hush. And then, a voice. Flat. Heavy. Ancient. You remembered. You don't answer. You don't move. You watched, the voice says. The water in the bowl stills completely. The feather does not flutter. The pebble hums. You may blink, the voice allows. You blink once. The statues breathe. Not all at once. Not dramatically. Just gently. Like waking up after a long nap. Your cousin sneezes and immediately falls into a bush. People begin shouting. You remain still. Only when the wind shifts back and the air lightens do you move. The oracle pats your shoulder. She accepts your offering. What exactly was I offering? Time, she says. The rarest sacrifice. Historians still argue whether the story of the gazer is a metaphor for humility before nature or a remnant of pre-Hellenic shadow worship. You now believe it's both, and that sometimes the most powerful prayer is sitting completely still and not trying to fix things. That night, the village holds a feast to celebrate the return of motion. Your cousin carves a tiny statue of you in fig wood and places it on your doorstep with a note, "Don't get a big head, tree boy." You go to bed exhausted. And you dream of blinking stars that blink back. You wake up to the sound of bells. Not cheerful temple bells. Not festive goat bells. These are weird bells, deep, echoing, and slightly out of tune, like someone tried to build a xylophone out of bronze cookware and regret. You sit up and immediately spot the problem. There's a floating market in the sky. You blink a few times, just to be sure. But yes, there it is, dozens of wooden stalls, drifting just above the rooftops, tied loosely to clouds and trailing ropes down to the ground like some kind of divine farmer's bazaar. You whisper, "Absolutely not." But Thessaly the goat is already trotting toward it with purpose, like she knew this was going to happen. Because of course she did. Mainstream historical fact: while there's no known myth of floating markets in Greek mythology, the idea of divine traders or peddlers between worlds is deeply rooted. Hermes, god of commerce, often delivered mysterious goods. Some myths describe wandering merchants of the gods, who appeared during festivals with items from Olympus or the underworld, always with a catch. You follow the crowd of villagers already gathering under the floating stalls. Ropes dangle invitingly. Someone has climbed halfway up one using a fish crate. Another is building a ladder out of old broom handles. You sigh, grab a rope, and start climbing. Because what else are you going to do? Ignore a sky bazaar? As soon as your feet leave the ground, everything feels wrong. The air is thicker. The sun sounds like it's humming. A bee buzzes by wearing a hat made of pollen. You reach the edge of a platform and haul yourself onto it. The stall closest to you is labeled Wishes, mildly used, 3 per mortal. A sleepy vendor with 1 eye and 8 arms waves lazily. Buy 1, regret 2. You edge away. Next stall. Prophesies you'll probably misunderstand. You lean in. What's the cheapest one? The vendor, a woman with too many earrings and not enough pupils, grins and says, this one says, don't trust the shape of days. You hand over a pebble. She hands over the prophecy, written on a leaf that immediately turns into ash. Excellent. Fringe tidbit, in obscure Thracian folklore, it said that some clouds are storage shelves for divine trade routes. On certain days, the sky lowers just enough for mortals to catch a glimpse of heavenly commerce. One tale tells of a man who traded his name for a recipe, only to forget both by sunrise. You wander the floating market, dazzled. One stall sells lost memories, all smell like cinnamon. Another offers lightning in jars, only slightly volatile. A short, furry deity tries to convince you to buy freshly whispered secrets, which come sealed in olives. You don't dare open one. Thessaly is bartering with a stall that only takes intentions. You watch as she squints, then gently headbutts a small altar. The vendor nods approvingly and hands her a satchel. She trots off smugly. You whisper, what did you just trade? She chews a leaf and says, the urge to chew hats. Oh, you say. That's oddly specific. She nods. You're welcome. The stall at the very center is the most crowded. A shimmering canopy, colored like a bruised pearl, shelters shelves lined with names. You get closer. The sign reads, Borrowed identities, 1-hour trials only. People are trying them on. One moment, your neighbor is himself, and the next is a minor river god, speaking in hexameter and sobbing about erosion. You take a name at random, Doros the Wistful. The moment you touch it, your vision blurs. For 1 hour, you are Doros. You speak differently. You remember a childhood you never had, one spent in a salt flat, chasing illusions and falling in love with the wind. When the name fades, you return to yourself. Sweaty, confused, slightly poetic. You hand it back and the vendor smiles sadly. He's popular. You ask, why do you let mortals try these? She shrugs. Sometimes it helps to remember that you're not stuck. Eventually, the bells ring again. Low. Final. The ropes retract. The stalls shimmer. And the floating market begins to lift. People grab their satchels, scrolls, and half-formed regrets. A man realizes too late he traded his shadow for a joke. Another is trying to return a curse, only to learn its final sale. You and Thessaly watch from the hillside as the market drifts upward and disappears into the clouds. Well, you say. She burps softly and says, I bought salt that doesn't fall. Naturally. Historians still argue whether stories of divine traders represent real beliefs or symbolic warnings about the dangers of wanting more. You now believe it's both, and that it's very easy to buy something you don't understand when the vendor floats. That night, you dream of names written on rain. And when you wake, you can't quite remember your own for a few seconds. You wake up to music. Not flutes. Not lyres. Not even that one guy who tries to make a rhythm instrument out of goat bones. No, this music is wrong. It's echoing from the well. You sit up, squint at your very dusty ceiling, and mutter, "Please not the well again." Because this is the third time the village well has decided to act up. First, it grew moss that spelled run. Second, it gurgled in hexameter. And now? Now it's humming a song in a key that makes your molars feel sad. You stumble outside. Half the village is already gathered around the well, nervously eating figs and whispering about the old stories. Your cousin is holding a bucket with tongs. The oracle is shaking a mirror over the stones and muttering, "Show me the rhythm." Someone has tied a fig branch to the well's winch. For protection. You ask, what exactly is it doing now? Your cousin winces. It sang a lullaby in reverse. We think it's summoning something. What? A guest. You blink. A guest from the well. He nods grimly. We're putting on clean tunics. Just in case it's royalty. Mainstream historical fact, wells in ancient Greek mythology weren't just water sources, they were often portals. Sacred wells and springs were considered entrances to the underworld or places of divine inspiration. The Oracle of Delphi, for instance, originally prophesied over a spring. And stories abound of nymphs, ghosts, or angry spirits emerging from deep, sacred water. You peer down into the well. At first, it's just darkness and reflection. But then, movement. And then a voice, soft and echoing, like a flute caught underwater. Did someone order mystery? You step back. No thank you. The voice chuckles. From the well rises a figure, not climbing, not floating, just rising. Dripping wet. Pale as moonlight. Cloaked in mist and holding what appears to be a fish carved from crystal. Greetings, it says. I am the envoy of the deep echo. You wait for someone else to talk. No one does. You sigh. Hi. I'm the person who didn't ask for this. The envoy smiles. It's an ambiguous smile. Could be friendly. Could be cursed by dawn kind of smile. I bring you an invitation, it says. You squint. To what? To a feast. Beneath. Below. Beyond. You glance at your cousin. He gives a tiny shake of his head. Thessaly the goat headbutts a rockin' warning. You clear your throat. We're very full already. Had lunch. A shame, says the envoy. The invitation was engraved in kelp. The RSVP window has passed, but we're feeling generous. You pause. You're offering generosity. Yes. And possibly enlightenment. Or at least snacks. You sigh again, the sigh of someone who knows resistance is futile and sarcasm might offend the tide. Fringe tidbit, according to a half-erased inscription found near Lake Lerna, some ancient cults believed wells could hear, and that speaking rudely near one would invite its wrath, or its curiosity. Offerings of honey, coins, or songs were made not to appease water spirits, but to distract them from inviting you anywhere wet and permanent. The envoy extends the crystal fish. For your well keeper. You take it reluctantly. It sings when you hold it. A tune in a minor key that sounds like longing and possibly sardines. And this, the envoy adds, is for your questions. It hands you a small, smooth stone. Hold it when you doubt, it says. But only once. You nod slowly. Right. Magical limit. Classic. The envoy begins to sink, still smiling, until only its head is visible. You'll know when the time comes. You lean closer. Will it be obvious? Oh yes. You'll be surrounded by shadows that smell like lemon and regret. Of course. With that, it vanishes into the well. The singing stops. The air lightens. Everyone exhales at once. You walk away with a crystal fish, a pressure headache, and a new sense of foreboding. Historians still argue whether mythic well spirits were genuinely feared or simply the village explanation for everything from echo anomalies to sudden disappearances. You now believe they were very real, and far too polite for their own unsettling good. That night, you dream of deep places and dinner invitations scribbled on shells. You decline. The shell says, "We understand. For now." You wake up not in your bed, not in a tree, and, mercifully, not in a well. You wake up on a roof. Specifically, the roof of the bakery. Which smells nice, sure, but is also covered in soft ash from yesterday's mysterious cloud sneezing incident. You blink, wipe flour from your ear, and try to piece together how you got up here. And then you remember last night was the night of the winds. A tradition you usually sleep through. Apparently, not this time. You carefully climb down, landing in a barrel of dried figs, and squish your way out into a village that looks like a minor weather god threw a tantrum. Chickens are inside the olive press. Olive oil is in the lanterns. Someone's tunic is flying a victory lap on top of the fig tree. And in the middle of the square, covered in leaves, feathers, and what looks like 6 different types of twine, stands the oracle. The winds have spoken, she declares, voice slightly hoarse. And they are snarky. Oh boy. Mainstream historical fact, the ancient Greeks recognized 8 winds, each with a name, a direction, and a temperament. Some were friendly and brought rain or cool breezes. Others were dangerous, like the dreaded Kaikias, the northeast wind of bitterness and snow. Sailors, farmers, and even oracles paid close attention to their comings and goings, often personifying them as moody deities with shifting priorities. Apparently, last night, 2 rival winds passed over the village at the same time. And they decided to fight. As usual, your village was caught in the middle. You follow the trail of wind-related chaos, sandals stuck in trees, a goat embedded halfway through a wicker wall, don't ask, and a cart that somehow now faces inwards while still being upside down. Everyone's exhausted. The olive merchant has leaf patterns permanently printed onto his arms. Your cousin is carrying a bag of wind that someone tried to trap for later. I don't think it'll keep, you warn. He frowns. It cost me 3 compliments and a sneeze. The oracle pulls you aside. We must appease them. One of them is sulking. The other is vengeful. You blink. How do we tell which is which? She gives you a handful of wind bones. You stare. These are chicken bones. Sure. They represent wind. Fringe tidbit, in one odd arc of Delian mythology, there's a tale of a village that tried to marry a wind. The bride stood on a mountaintop holding a ribbon, and if the right breeze tied it around her wrist, the marriage was considered valid. It lasted 3 hours. The village was destroyed in a divorce gust. The oracle insists you perform a breeze balance ritual. This involves standing in a wide field with exactly 1 sock, holding up a feather dipped in olive oil, whispering compliments to each cardinal direction. You try. North, you're emotionally complex and well-structured. East, your sunrises are punctual. South, your warmth is mostly comforting. West, your mystery makes people buy cloaks. The wind swirls around you, testing, teasing, sniffing your sincerity. Then it wishes your feather straight into your eye. You take that as progress. Back in the square, the air is finally still. The oracle sniffs. I think they're gone. You exhale in relief, only for a sudden gust to lift your tunic and flash your knees at half the village. Thessaly the goat mumbles, the winds never really leave. You retreat to your hut. Later, a child knocks on your door and hands you a note tied to a tiny pebble. It reads, "Nice compliments. We accept. Try flattery next time. Sincerely, the western wind." You pin it above your sleeping mat. Historians still argue whether wind rituals were religious, meteorological, or just excuses for village-wide naps after bad storms. You now believe they were a desperate mix of all three, and that at least one wind absolutely enjoys pranks. That night, you wrap yourself in 2 blankets and whisper thank you in all directions before closing your eyes. The breeze that slips under your door smells faintly of figs. You wake up to singing. Beautiful, flawless singing. The kind of voice that makes your soul sigh, your hair stand on end, and your goat curl up in the corner whispering, "Nope." You bolt upright, already on edge. In Greek myth, there are only 2 kinds of beings that sing that beautifully. Sirens. And people possessed by sirens. You shuffle out the door barefoot, greeted by sunlight and unnerving harmony. The villagers are all gathered near the riverbank, swaying slowly like kelp. Eyes glazed. Smiles far too serene. You spot your cousin. He's humming, arms outstretched, walking straight toward the water. You grab his tunic. Are we under attack or enchanted? He doesn't answer. Just whispers, she sings like home. You groan. That's never good. Mainstream historical fact is in classical mythology, sirens were not mermaids. They were part bird, part woman creatures who lured sailors to their doom with irresistible song. Their voices were said to promise truth, knowledge, or lost loved ones, whatever the listener longed for most. Originally, they were handmaidens of Persephone, punished for failing to prevent her abduction. Their beachside concerts were less musical and more death trap. You push through the crowd to the water's edge. And there she is. Floating just above the river, hair like seaweed woven with sunlight, feathers trailing down her arms, mouth open in mid-song. A river siren. That's new. She isn't singing words, just emotion, pure and echoing. It hits you in the chest like nostalgia dipped in honey. Your knees go a little wobbly. But you resist. Barely. The oracle is nearby, clutching a fig branch and chanting counter hymns. Sour notes protect the brain. You join her, mostly for the fig. Why is she here, you ask between chews. To recruit, says the oracle. For a choir. Of what? Souls. Harmonized ones. You squint. That sounds like poetic kidnapping. The oracle nods. With vibrato. Fringe tidbit, one lost cretin tale tells of a siren who attempted to start a mortal bard school. She promised to teach the song behind all songs, but her students either went mad, eloped with dolphins, or refused to sing anything that wasn't in 17/8 time signature. The island banned musical instruction for 50 years. Back at the river, people are stepping into the shallows. You panic. You grab a tambourine and begin playing terribly. Very, very terribly. The siren pauses mid-note. She blinks. Tilts her head. Who makes that sound? You raise your hand. Me. I do. I can also scream off key, if that helps. She drifts closer. Why resist my song? You shrug. Honestly? I've had a weird month. She laughs, soft as ripples. And yet, you stay grounded. You whisper, mostly because my goat gave me a glare that said, don't even think about it. She drifts back. Then, something surprising, she stops singing. The trance breaks. Villagers blink, cough, mumble apologies to their wet sandals. The siren raises her hand in a graceful wave. I meant no harm. But I see this village already sings its own tune. And just like that, she sinks beneath the water and vanishes. Silence. A long one. Then your cousin sneezes. I almost married the river. You clap his back. Could have been worse. Might have had to host dinner for kelp in-laws. Later, the oracle burns some herbs and declares the village free of harmonic possession. You hang your tambourine on your door like a trophy. Historians still argue whether sirens were warnings against temptation or metaphors for unachievable knowledge. You now believe they were real, and extremely disappointed music critics. That night, you dream of soft waves and feathered lullabies. And you hum yourself to sleep with just the tiniest bit of off-key pride. You wake up holding a spoon. You don't remember picking up a spoon. You don't remember going to bed with a spoon. Yet here it is, clutched tightly in your hand like a trophy, or possibly a threat. Worse, there's writing on it. Etched in tiny, swirly letters along the handle. Stir only when the moon forgets. You blink. That feels like bad advice. You glance around. Your hut looks normal. Thessaly the goat is drooling into a bucket in her sleep. The olive lamp is still flickering. But something about the air feels off, like it's been stirred already. Outside, the village is quiet. Too quiet. Even the fig tree isn't dropping things today. You step into the square and find a cauldron. A big one. Enormous. It wasn't there yesterday. It sits right in the middle of town, black as obsidian, pulsing faintly like it has a heartbeat, and, this part is important, it smells delicious. Mainstream historical fact, communal cooking rituals were a significant part of Greek religious life. Sacred stews, sacrifice feasts, and mysterybroths were common in temples and festivals. Sometimes, food was shared with the gods directly, burned or poured out in libation. In some rare cults, it said the gods themselves sent recipes in dreams, especially for potions or sacred thickening. Your cousin stands next to the cauldron, chewing on something that may or may not be a ceremonial mushroom. It showed up last night, he says. We think it's waiting. For what? He gestures to your spoon. For that. You glance at the message again. Stir only when the moon forgets. You look up. The sky is blue. The moon is not there. You mutter, of course. With great hesitation and exactly zero training in cauldron diplomacy, you approach the vessel. Steam curls over the rim in slow, swirling patterns. Inside, the stew is a shimmering blend of gold, violet, and something that looks like yesterday's weather. It's not bubbling. It's breathing. You dip in the spoon. The surface doesn't move until it grabs the spoon. Not violently. More like a handshake. You freeze. Then the stew speaks. Not aloud. But inside your head. You have awakened the feast of forgotten tastes. You blink. That sounds a bit ominous. All who eat shall remember, it intones. Remember what, exactly? Depends on the spoon. Fringe tidbit, In one buried myth from Euboea, there's mention of a cauldron gifted by Hestia herself, a vessel that could boil memories into physical form. It was said to be hidden during the rise of the Olympians, only to reappear in times of cultural forgetting. It once produced an entire chicken made of childhood regret. Your villagers gather, curious, hungry, suspicious, as always. One brave soul, the blacksmith's apprentice, dips a ladle and sips. He stares into the distance, then starts weeping gently. "It was my grandmother's stew," he whispers. "She used to put cinnamon in lentils." Everyone mocked her. But it worked. The oracle nods, deeply impressed. Truth broth. Very rare. A shepherd drinks and recalls a long-lost song he used to hum when his sheep were still polite. A child sips and remembers a joke from the womb. You eye your spoon warily. It's still warm. You hesitate. Then taste. Your mouth explodes with pomegranate and thunder. Your head swims. Your ears ring with voices saying your name the way it was meant to be pronounced. And you remember. Not a person. Not a place. You remember the first story you ever heard. Told by a stranger under a fig tree on a windy day. A story about how the world was stirred into being with a spoon not unlike yours. You drop the spoon gently. It lands with a clink. The cauldron lets out a contented sigh. The surface stills. The air lightens. The villagers drift away, full of strange nostalgia and burnt fig aftertaste. Historians still argue whether memory feasts were literal or metaphorical. You now believe they were both, and that somewhere between stew and dream, truth floats like spice. That night, you sleep heavy. And in your dreams, someone stirs a pot full of names. Yours floats to the top. You wake up to whispering. Not human whispering. Not even goat whispering, which sounds like angry sneezes. This whispering is deep, airy, and somehow archaeological. It comes from beneath your floorboards. You freeze. Then you hear it again. A rasping voice that says, quite clearly, "It's almost time." You sit up slowly. Time for what, exactly? The floor answers with a grunt. Thessaly the goat enters the hut, stops, tilts her head, and mutters, "Did your house just talk back?" You nod. She turns around and leaves. Fair. You step outside, trying to pretend that your floor isn't possessed. But as you reach the village square, you realize the ground beneath everything is rumbling. Not an earthquake. Something gentler. Thicker. Like the earth is stretching. And from the hills beyond, you see them approaching. A caravan. But not of traders. Not even monsters. Philosophers. You groan. Not again. Mainstream historical fact, ancient Greece was full of philosophers who weren't content to just sit in one place and ponder things. Many were itinerant thinkers, wandering from town to town to debate, question, and, depending on the village, confuse or irritate everyone with paradoxes. These intellectual nomads brought both enlightenment and migraines. The villagers line up as the caravan enters, robes flowing, scrolls fluttering, sandals somehow never dusty. The lead philosopher has a beard that might contain its own library. He speaks, "Greetings, mortals." We seek the axis point. You blink. Is that like the midpoint of reason, or an actual point? Yes, he says. Of course. They set up in the square, scrolls out, compasses twirling, sand drawings spiraling outward like ceremonial crop circles made of logic. One mutters, "We were drawn here by the convergence of dream logic and fig economy." Another nods solemnly. And the goat omens. You glare at Thessaly. She shrugs. I may have sent a dream postcard. The philosophers begin measuring things. Your hut. The goat path. The shadow of your nose. Everything becomes symbolic. Everything becomes a question. One stops you and says, if you knew what the truth was, but it never knew you, would it still be true? You reply, I haven't had breakfast. He nods solemnly. A fair response. Fringe tidbit, a lesser-known thinker named Hermippos of Lampsacus once proposed that goats were inherently philosophical because they always question fences. His only surviving work is a single line, "The goat that leaps is asking a question." A goat that eats the fence has answered it. He was either revered or ignored, depending on the region. Soon, the philosophers locate a spot under the fig tree where the breeze blows exactly at a 37-degree angle and the soil smells like wonder. They begin chanting. Not like priests, more like poets with too much time. They draw a spiral and declare, this is where knowledge turns inward. You lean in. So, what happens now? The lead philosopher says, now we wait for the question that asks itself. Everyone nods like this makes sense. The ground rumbles again. And then, as if on cue, a crack appears beneath the fig tree. Only it's not a crack, it's a perfectly etched question mark, made of stone, glowing faintly. The philosophers gasp. They fall to their knees. The axis point has spoken. You squint. It asked a question. No, says the leader. It is the question. You stare at the mark. What's the answer? They smile. It's different for each of us. You mutter, that's deeply unhelpful. And yet, part of you gets it. The mark hums gently. The ground quiets. The philosophers begin packing up. We'll return in a century, they declare. When the mark ripens. Wait, what happens when it ripens? Unknowable certainty, they say, climbing into their carts. One stops, hands you a scroll labeled for sudden doubts, and says, keep asking. But don't expect replies. They leave. The mark remains. Your cousin stares at it. Do we water it? You shrug. Maybe just don't step on it. Historians still argue whether ancient thought cults ever existed or whether they're just a blend of traveling teachers and bored mystics. You now believe they existed and that they left behind philosophical potholes. That night, you dream of questions with feet running through endless libraries made of wind. You don't catch any of them. And that, somehow, feels like the point. You wake up mid-sentence. And that's why never trust a turtle with a lyre. You blink. You're alone. Lying in a wheelbarrow. Parked behind the olive press. You sit up, slowly. There's a small scroll tucked into your tunic that reads, "Thanks for the lecture. You were inspired. M. M." You stand, wobbling slightly, and notice the villagers are moving very quietly, eyes wide, expressions dazed, as if they, too, just woke up from a very weird nap inside a philosophical tornado. You corner your cousin, who's sipping water like it's trying to escape. What happened last night? You don't remember, he asks, visibly impressed. You gave a speech. An actual one. You had diagrams made out of fig rinds. You quoted stars. You blink. That doesn't sound like me. It wasn't, he says, and walks away. Mainstream historical fact, in Greek myth, divine inspiration, known as enthusiasmos, was a real thing. Poets, seers, even farmers could be momentarily filled with the spirit of a god, most often the muses. The resulting outbursts could produce brilliant epics, new rituals, or wildly inconvenient truths. Afterward, the speaker often remembered nothing, or everything, or nothing that was true. You head to the oracle, hoping for answers. She's sipping something suspiciously sparkly and humming a tune that tastes purple. She looks up and grins. Congratulations. You were muse-touched. Why? The muses were bored. Are they allowed to do that? She shrugs. Inspiration doesn't need permission. You're handed a scroll, 37 pages of half-legible, fever dream philosophy you supposedly dictated. There are diagrams. One looks like a goat wrestling a wind current. Another is just a spiral of fig names. Thessaly wanders over. That one about moon shadows being time echoes? Surprisingly convincing. You frown. Did I talk about fig worms predicting seasons? Oh yes, she says. And the secret language of owl hiccups. Fringe tidbit, an obscure Thessalian tablet describes a ritual where villagers left quills and empty scrolls under moonlight, hoping a muse would borrow their hand. The result, oddly insightful recipes, multi-page rants against sandals, and one play written entirely in bird calls. The tradition ended after too many people tried to marry their own writing. You try to throw the scroll away. It flies back and hits you in the face. The oracle cackles. That means they really liked you. You spend the rest of the morning cleaning ink off your fingers, which somehow return to your hands after disappearing during the lecture. At one point, your left thumbnail glows briefly and whispers iambic pentameter before going silent. That night, the village holds a poetry reading using your scrolls. Someone performs your fig spiral diagram as interpretive dance. A child recites your spontaneous epic about the goat who counted to 12 and receives a standing ovation. You sit in the back, stunned. Do I have to keep doing this? The oracle shrugs. Only if they keep liking it. Or if the muses get clingy. You ask, is there a ritual for uninspiring yourself? Yes, she says. It's called sweeping the temple in silence until your ego deflates. You sweep for 4 hours. No change. The next morning, you find a feather quill under your pillow. It's made of starlight and smells like fresh parchment. You sigh. Oh no. It's starting again. Historians still argue whether divine inspiration was spiritual possession or simply a metaphor for creative flow. You now believe it's both, and that the muses have a dark sense of humor and very little respect for sleep schedules. That night, you dream in rhyming couplets. When you wake, your mouth is still whispering metaphors about olives. You wake up to a chicken wearing a laurel crown. It stares at you with solemn dignity, then lays an egg directly onto your sandal. This can mean only one thing. The Omens Festival has begun. You groan. Every 7 years, the village hosts a day-long chaos buffet disguised as sacred ritual. It's the kind of festival where everyone pretends to understand what's happening, while secretly hoping the omens just don't choose them. Too bad for you. Mainstream historical fact, the ancient Greeks took omens, oionoi, very seriously. Whether it was birds flying in odd patterns, sneezes at key moments, or the behavior of sacrificial animals, signs were interpreted with intense scrutiny. Specialized priests called ayanapampoi were tasked with reading these signs, often arguing over what exactly they meant. Spoiler, they rarely agreed. You step outside and immediately trip over a pile of acorns arranged in a spiral. A child shrieks joyfully. He activated the spiral of slight foreboding. Cheers erupt. Your cousin runs over with a jar of olive paste and a blindfold. It's your turn for the goose trial. You blink. The what? He explains that, this year, the omens are being delivered via symbolic poultry. Each villager must stand blindfolded in the square while a goose is released. If it bites you, you're smart for meaning. If it poops on you, you're doubly sacred. If it ignores you completely, you're safe. Spiritually boring, but safe. You are not ignored. You are both bitten and pooped on. Simultaneously. The oracle cackles. Rare double blessing. Or double warning. Or both. She then covers her own eyes and declares, I refuse to interpret that. You're handed a ceremonial tunic with one sleeve mysteriously longer than the other and told to sit on the omen rock until a sign completes its journey. You sit. You wait. The breeze smells faintly of figs and uncertainty. Fringe tidbit, one lost archive ritual involved wrapping participants in sheep wool, tying feathers to their fingers, and asking them to mimic dreams they couldn't remember. If a nearby dog barked at them, they were considered oracularly connected. If the dog slept, they were sent home to try again next decade. A goat wanders by and sneezes. A fig lands upright on your head. A distant thunderclap says your name, well, kind of. It's more like a polite mispronunciation. And then, silence. Everyone looks to the oracle. She sniffs the wind, sniffs your head, and declares, he is the vessel of the ambiguous turning point. You sigh. That sounds vague on purpose. Yes, she beams. It gives us room to adjust the meaning later. Throughout the day, the omens continue. A pot cracks only when touched by left hands. A swarm of bees spells out a limerick, then explodes into honey. A goat sings. No one acknowledges it. And you? You get followed around by a rooster that refuses to blink. By nightfall, the villagers are exhausted and half covered in flour, feathers, and suspicious blessings. You sit at the feast table, nibbling something fig-shaped, and ask the oracle, so, what happens now? She raises her goblet. Now we pretend to understand what the omens meant until life matches them. Or until the next festival. Historians still argue whether omen festivals were actual religious observances or just structured outlets for seasonal anxiety. You now believe it was both, and that randomness, when dressed in ritual, can be oddly comforting. That night, you tuck the laurel-wearing chicken into a small nest beside your bed. It clucks once, then dreams deeply. You whisper, same. You wake up, glowing. A faint golden shimmer clings to your skin. Your breath smells like laurel and oranges. When you move your arm, it leaves a slight trail of sparkles, like you've just elbowed a minor constellation. You blink. Thessaly, you croak. The goat peeks around the curtain, stares, then drops her breakfast fig and mutters, oh no. You've been touched. She's not wrong. Mainstream historical fact, the Greeks believed that contact with the divine, sometimes called enthusiasmos or mantic touch, could physically alter a mortal, often leaving marks, smells, or strange temporary powers. While prophets, poets, or warriors sometimes received these gifts, they were usually short-lived, unpredictable, and sometimes dangerous. More than one myth ends with and then he glowed until he exploded. You stumble to the village square, still faintly luminous. People part as you pass. The oracle walks out of her hut, eyes widening. You're shimmering with narrative. Someone has chosen you. You groan. Please let it be a minor god. Like the one of toast crumbs or smooth sandals. She examines your pulse. Then your aura. Then your elbow. Nope. This is Big God Sparkle. What does that even mean? She sighs. You've been marked as a candidate. A trial bearer. A potential proxy for a god who's either bored, busy, or playing long-term strategy. Your cousin shuffles up, holding a very old scroll. There's a ritual for this. I think it involves clay masks and interpretive sweating. You blink. Do I have to do something? The oracle nods. You must complete the 3 reversals. Oh, great. What are those? She checks the scroll. They're deeply vague. As expected. Fringe tidbit, the 3 reversals appear in only one fragment of an Orphic hymn, discovered carved into the bottom of a ceremonial cup. They are listed as speak against the silent truth. Walk backward into forward time. Make what is eaten become what eats. Scholars have translated them roughly a dozen different ways, ranging from philosophical paradox to someone was drunk near a poet. The first reversal, apparently, is speaking against the silent truth. So, you're taken to the village's quietest place, the Shrine of Obviousness, where no one is allowed to say anything new. It's a place of slogans, repeated wisdom, and deeply obvious proverbs. You must contradict it. Politely. You stand before the shrine. A priest intones, "All roads lead to destiny." You reply, "Except the ones that go in circles." Gasps. Another says, "Time flows like a river." You answer, "Sometimes it backs up like a clogged drain." The oracle whispers, "You're doing wonderfully confusing work." Finally, the shrine hums softly, and your glow flickers pink. That's reversal 1. Next, walking backward into forward time. You're blindfolded, spun thrice, and asked to walk backward while thinking only about tomorrow. This results in you tripping into 3 olive baskets, knocking over a merchant, and accidentally kissing a statue on the chin. The statue whispers, "Nice try." Still counts. Your glow turns blue. Final trial, make what is eaten become what eats. This one stumps everyone for an hour until the fig baker suggests, feed a fig to a story. You scribble a short fable about a hungry wind. You tuck a fig inside the scroll. You burn the scroll. The smoke smells like acceptance. Your glow pulses gold once more, then fades entirely. Everyone exhales in unison. The oracle claps. You've passed. The god won't borrow your body today. You sigh in relief. But they might later, she adds. You groan. Historians still argue whether the 3 reversals were ever real or just the fevered dreams of bored cult leaders with a taste for riddles. You now believe they were real and mostly designed for dramatic effect. That night, you fall asleep fig-sticky and sore, clutching the tiny remains of your sparkle-covered tunic. And in your dream, a deity winks at you and mouths, "Soon." You wake up to screaming. Not panicked screaming, competitive screaming. You stumble outside and immediately spot the source. The village square has become an arena, and your cousin is mid-shriek, balanced on a barrel, arms raised in triumph. A nearby spectator holds up a fig with the number 9.5 carved into it. The oracle bellows from atop a crate, "Next competitor." You blink. Is this a screaming contest? The oracle grins. Nope. It's the rite of echoes. Much more confusing. Mainstream historical fact, in ancient Greece, certain mountain regions practiced echo rituals, shouting into caves or cliffs to wake nature spirits or to interpret the replies of the gods. While rarely formalized, echoes were seen as messages or confirmations, especially in early oracular traditions. Delphi itself is tied to the idea of speaking and hearing back, a sacred call and response. Your cousin hops down from the barrel, wheezing proudly. "I almost woke the Echo Queen." You stare at him. There's an Echo Queen now. He points to the hills beyond the fig groves. That ridge? Supposedly she lives there. Sleeps for years. But if the right voice hits the right pitch, she answers. Thessaly the goat wanders past, wearing earmuffs. I'm pretending this doesn't exist. You ask the oracle, and what does the echo queen do if she answers? The oracle shrugs. Depends on how politely you screamed. Excellent. You're handed a ceremonial shouting stick, which is just a loud-looking stick, and told to climb the ridge of resonance. You, apparently, have been selected as this year's voice that might be noticed. You mutter, that sounds very unsafe. It's extremely unsafe, the oracle replies cheerfully. You begin the climb. Halfway up, the wind starts to hum. You pass ancient carvings on stones, open mouths, spirals, syllables that dissolve when you stare too long. You reach the summit and look out over the hills. The world feels distant. Quiet. And then the groove in the rock. The echo bowl. You step into it. The air tightens. You clear your throat. You shout. It echoes back exactly. No surprise. That's how echoes work. But then you try again. This time, you yell, "Who am I?" The answer comes back. Who? You blink. Okay. Wise owl energy. Noted. You try again. What do you want? The echo returns. You want. Fringe tidbit. One buried inscription near Mount Helicon warns, do not shout questions you're afraid to answer. The hills remember. Some rural cults believed that echoes were not sounds returning, but spirits responding, mirroring only the parts of your voice they agreed with. You take a breath. Then, for no real reason, you sing. Badly. A short tune you remember from childhood about olives that fall in love with the wind. And this time, the echo comes back not as sound, but as laughter. Soft, musical, ancient. The ridge hums. The sky flickers just a little too brightly. And then, behind you, a whisper in a voice that is yours but not. Thank you for waking me. You spin around. No one is there. But the echo is gone. Utterly gone. Back in the village, people are staring toward the ridge. The wind has died. The fig trees are still. A low tone vibrates through the ground like a tuning fork inside the earth. You return to the square. No more screaming. Just stunned silence. The oracle bows slightly. The queen is listening again. Listening for what? For stories. For change. For secrets whispered too loud. You nod slowly. Later, a child carves your face into a stone near the echo bowl. Underneath it, they write. He asked without needing an answer. You try to argue. The oracle pats your arm. Let them mythologize you a little. It's healthy. Historians still argue whether echo deities were metaphorical, geological, or the result of too many people talking to cliffs. You now believe they were real and had a highly specific sense of humor. That night, you dream of voices bouncing endlessly between stars. And in the distance, someone hums your olive song, perfectly in tune. You wake up floating. Not in water. Not in a dream. Just midair. Your limbs dangle. Your blanket hangs suspended with you. Thessaly the goat is tethered to your ankle by a rope and gently bobbing beside you, chewing something invisible and humming what sounds suspiciously like a lullaby. You don't panic. You've had worse mornings. Thessaly, you whisper, are we flying? She replies calmly, no. The village is falling upward. You blink. She's right. The olive trees drift gently past your window, roots first. The fig tree turns slowly like a sleepy ceiling fan. And off in the distance, the river is snaking skyward, making little spirals as it goes. Everything is reversing. Mainstream historical fact, in several pre-Hellenic traditions, the sky wasn't a place above the earth, it was a twin realm, separated only by orientation. Orphic hymns speak of an inverted cosmos where souls walked upside down, seasons moved backward, and rivers flowed sky to earth. Most philosophers dismissed it as metaphor. A few worried it was prophecy. You manage to kick yourself over to the doorframe and pull your way outside. The sky is below now, blue and endless. The earth is above, turning golden in the morning light like some slow-motion coin. Your cousin floats past, holding a bucket of honey and wearing boots on his hands. They say this happens every few centuries, he says cheerfully. It's called the Great Reorientation. Sounds made up. He nods. Absolutely. That's why it works. The oracle floats upside down above the square, her hair coiling around her face like a smug halo. This is a chance, she says. To walk the sky. To unlearn gravity. How long does it last? She checks a floating figure. Until the anchor decides. Anchor. Yes, she says. One object in the village refuses to let go. It holds us to this world. Until it releases, we drift. Fringe tidbit, one carved stele from Lesbos speaks of a reverse morning where the world lifted off like a bubble. According to the story, it was caused by an old pot that refused to break. Once it cracked, gravity returned with a thud. They had to rebuild their entire amphitheater using only spoons and panic. You help organize a midday town meeting, which mostly involves shouting at slowly spinning neighbors and passing around roasted figs, which taste very different at altitude, spicier somehow. Ideas are floated, literally. Tie ropes to the clouds. Lure the anchor into letting go with music. Trick gravity into thinking it already won. Eventually, the anchor is found. It's a rock. A small, stubborn, ugly rock. The one that always tripped everyone near the fig grove. It hasn't moved an inch. You float down to it, upward? Downward? Directions have lost all meaning and attempt diplomacy. You pat the rock. You compliment it. You sing. Nothing. Then Thessaly floats next to you, gently headbutts the rock, and says, it's not about letting go. It's about belonging. You blink. She shrugs. Some things don't want to drift. They anchor because they care. You nod. And slowly, you press your hand to the rock, not to move it, but to thank it. The air stills. The sky tilts. The trees begin to settle. One by one, the villagers float downward, gently, like fig leaves in the breeze. You land in a pile of cushions with a soft grunt. The earth is beneath you again. The sky is where it belongs. Everyone cheers. Except the rock. It just sits there, quietly heroic. You place a wreath on it. It immediately rolls away. You smile. Fair. Historians still argue whether the inverted world myths are allegories for humility or descriptions of forgotten disasters. You now believe they're real, and that the world occasionally flips just to see how well you've been paying attention. That night, you dream of walking on stars and sleeping in clouds shaped like your name. And somewhere, far below, a rock dreams of roots. You wake up, stuck. Not in bed. Not in vines. Not in an actual trap, although that would arguably be better. No, you're stuck in a story. Specifically, one that refuses to end. The birds are narrating. The wind is foreshadowing. The olive oil is literally spelling out character arcs on the surface of your breakfast porridge. You try to speak, but your words come out in third person omniscient. You whisper, "He did not like this." Immediately, a thunderclap punctuates the sky. Oh no. You're in a narrative loop. Mainstream historical fact: in Homeric tradition and oral storytelling, there was a concept called kyklos, the circle. Stories could loop, reflect, and consume themselves. Myths would echo within myths. Heroes might relive variations of their past until they learned or changed. Some scholars believe this is why so many heroes seem stuck in patterns. They weren't just cursed, they were narratively trapped. You stagger into the square. Your cousin is already mid-monologue, declaring his tragic backstory while looking dramatically at a tree. A goat is playing a flute. The oracle is perched on the fig press, arms outstretched, shouting, "Every good story knows when to bow." But this one wants more. You approach her. "What do we do?" She grins. We're inside a self-aware myth. Probably triggered by too much divine exposure. Or a fig with high narrative content. You mutter, "Figures." She hands you a scroll. Find the story core. Reset it. Or we'll keep looping until someone marries a mountain. Fringe tidbit: in an obscure Attic folktale, a man fell into a book and couldn't escape until he rewrote his own ending. This was considered a cautionary tale against both hubris and excessive poetic metaphor. Also, the mountain in that story did, in fact, marry him back. You set off toward the hills, where the narrative density thickens. Trees whisper foreshadowing. Stones echo with dialogue. Even Thessaly keeps narrating her own internal thoughts aloud. The goat, proud but haunted, questioned her own hoofprints. Eventually, you find it, a clearing filled with unfinished endings. They float like bubbles. One shows you defeating a monster that never arrived. Another shows you becoming king of the fig grove, tragically allergic to figs. At the center, a stone table. On it, a quill made of figwood and starlight. The story core. A disembodied voice booms. To end the tale, one must choose its close. You stare at the floating endings. One glows red, the hero ascends, abandoning all. One shimmers gold, the village forgets the tale, but not the feeling. One hums with potential, the story continues, but the loop is broken. You reach out, hesitate. Then choose the third. You whisper, "I'd like the freedom to be boring again." The quill flares. The endings collapse into each other. And silence falls. No narration. No whispers. No thunderclaps. Just wind, soft and aimless. You return to the village. Everyone is normal again. Mostly. Your cousin is still a bit dramatic, but that's probably permanent. The oracle sighs, looking up at a perfectly unremarkable sky. We're unstuck. You sit. Breathe. No fig tries to sing. Thessaly nuzzles your shoulder and mutters, "No more plot twists today." You nod. Not even a subplot. Historians still argue whether mythic loops reflect cosmic cycles or lazy storytelling. You now believe they're real, and that stories, if not carefully handled, will try to live through you. That night, you sleep without narration. And in the silence, the stars seem pleasantly uncurious. You wake up to knocking. Not on your door. On your window. Which is confusing because your window doesn't have a shutter, or at least it didn't yesterday. You shuffle over, rub sleep from your eyes, and open it. No one there. Instead, sitting neatly on the sill, is a small bronze box, covered in spiral etchings and a label that reads, "Do not open unless absolutely, completely, desperately curious." You stare at it. Thessaly appears behind you and says, "Definitely don't open it." You nod. Then open it. Inside, a feather, a shadow, and a sigh. And a note. Congratulations! You have inherited a minor curse. Mainstream historical fact, curses were a regular part of ancient Greek daily life. Known as katadesmoi, binding spells, they were usually written on lead tablets and buried near graves, wells, or temples. While some were malicious, others were oddly specific, requests for someone to lose a race, forget a secret, or trip during a dance. Many came with escape clauses or expiration dates. You hold up the feather. It turns into mist. The shadow curls around your foot and purrs. The sigh flutters away into the sky. You sigh too. Typical Tuesday. Later, the oracle identifies your inheritance. It's called the curse of almost. Everything you try will almost work. Define almost. She gestures around the village. Your cousin attempts to juggle figs. He catches two, drops one into a well. A merchant tries to lift a cart. It moves just enough to roll over his sandal. Someone starts reciting a poem, sneezes halfway through the final verse. Your goat? She tries to sit. Ends up sideways in a barrel. You've triggered the radius, the oracle explains. This curse spreads in a very localized disappointment field. You stare at the sky. How long does it last? She shrugs. Until you find something that accepts failure. You mutter, "So, forever." Possibly a week, she offers cheerfully. Fringe tidbit, a scrap of Pythagorean commentary describes the plethora, a saturation point of fate, where probability collapses and all effort becomes partial. These zones were said to form naturally around cursed objects, wandering poets, or exceptionally moody amphorae. You try everything to break the curse. Singing backward while spinning. Holding your breath under a fig tree. Politely apologizing to the shadow for opening the box. Nothing works. Eventually, exhausted, you give up. You sit by the river, skip a stone, and mutter, "I guess some things just don't resolve." The stone skips once. Then twice. Then somehow lands on a lily pad. Perfectly balanced. The curse lifts. The air lightens. A breeze carries away the leftover sigh. You return to the village. Things are normal again. Well, normal for your village. Which means someone is arguing with an owl, a goat is rearranging amphorae by mood, and the fig tree is humming something suspiciously romantic. You pass the bronze box to the oracle. What should we do with it? She tucks it under her cloak. Save it for the next person who thinks curiosity isn't a personality flaw. You raise an eyebrow. And who would that be? She grins. You again. Probably. Historians still argue whether ancient curses were believed literally or used as social tools for guilt and subtle sabotage. You now believe they were very real, and that failure, once accepted, becomes strangely freeing. That night, you dream of the word almost dissolving like sugar in tea. And the box? It purrs itself back shut. You wake up to applause. Which is jarring, because you haven't done anything yet. You sit up groggily and peek outside, only to see a crowd of villagers clapping politely, standing around what appears to be a perfectly normal rock wearing a tiny golden crown. Your cousin walks by and hands you a figure. You've been nominated. For what? He shrugs. The rock picked you. Ah. Of course. You step outside. The oracle is there, standing beside the crowned rock like a very smug assistant principal. She clears her throat. According to ancient rotational tradition, she intones, when the speaking stone of selection nods in someone's direction, that mortal becomes the paragon for a day. You squint. The what? The chosen symbol of mortal excellence. Also, it's your job to make the gods jealous. Mainstream historical fact, ancient Greeks often told tales of mortals who were elevated, even briefly, to serve as symbolic counterpoints to the gods. Sometimes these exemplars were real people honored in local festivals, other times, they were fictional stand-ins meant to explore what it really meant to be human. Paragons were tested, celebrated, and occasionally turned into flowers. You are immediately draped in a tunic stitched with laurels and fig motifs. It's itchy and vaguely flammable. A child paints a gold streak down your nose to highlight your best features. Do I have to do anything specific, you ask? The oracle checks her notes. Just be incredibly mortal. Impressively flawed. Show the gods what it means to be breakable but stubborn. Oh, you say. So, like a Tuesday? She nods solemnly. You are paraded through the village. People present you with metaphorical offerings. A poem that forgets how it ends. A pie with no filling, to represent yearning. A half-carved statue labeled potential. At the fig tree, you are asked to deliver a speech to the gods. You cough, rub your golden nose stripe, and begin. We're messy, but we try. We forget, but we remember the forgetting. We love things that break. We name stars after goats. We build fires we can't control. And still sit near them. We don't always know what we're doing. But we show up anyway. The fig tree rustles gently. A breeze carries your words upward. A soft thunderclap answers, distant, almost shy. Fringe tidbit, in a scrap of forgotten hymn from Boeotia, there's a story of a mortal who gave a speech so heartbreakingly human that a goddess wept into her wine and decided not to flood his village. He was later turned into a shrub, so he'd live longer but complain less. Back in the square, the oracle claps. The gods heard you. Probably. Maybe. You're given a wreath, a lukewarm honey cake, and a polite warning that paragon status expires at sunset. The rock nods once more, then tips over and returns to just being a rock. You head home, still wearing the itchy tunic. Later, Thessaly the goat sneaks up and steals your golden nose stripe. Let her have it, you mumble. She's got paragon energy too. Historians still argue whether the mortal-god dynamic in Greek stories was meant to uplift humans or remind them of their limits. You now believe it was both, and that somewhere a god is definitely wondering why we keep naming cats after celestial bodies. That night, you sleep deeply, fully, and are at last unnoticed. It feels perfect. You wake up in your own bed. Which shouldn't feel like an achievement, but it absolutely does. No magical feathers. No floating furniture. No screaming rituals, glowing goats, or fig-related prophecies. Just the warm weight of your blanket, the snoring of Thessaly curled up by the hearth, and the quiet, blessed normal of a morning that isn't trying to change the world. You stretch. Your joints pop like polite applause. Outside, the sun is rising gently. No trumpets. No omens. just light, soft and steady, slipping through the fig leaves. It's been weeks, maybe months, since this strange, slow whirlwind of godly nonsense began. And now, it's winding down. You can feel it in the soil, in the rhythm of your breath. Even the oracle's hut is unusually quiet. No smoke. No chanting. Not even a whisper of mischief. Today is the day after the last myth. The day when nothing happens, and that's the whole point. You wander into the village square. It's calm. Someone's sweeping. Someone else is baking. A child is trying to make a goat wear sandals. That goat might be winning. Mainstream historical fact: after great festivals or religious rites, the Greeks often practiced a period of stillness, rest, reflection, and silence. This after-ritual quiet allowed the soul to process what it had experienced. It wasn't just physical rest. It was spiritual digestion. You sit beneath the fig tree. It hums softly, not with prophecy or metaphor, just wind. A single fig drops into your hand. You don't question it. You just eat it. Thessaly ambles over and rests her chin on your knee. Done now. You nod. I think so. Good, she says. No more singing rocks. No more time-bending spoons. Just figures. And naps. Fringe tidbit: in a very obscure footnote of Hesiod's forgotten cousin, who mostly wrote about naps, there's a story where the gods visit a mortal and ask for advice. He gives none. Just shares a loaf of bread and goes back to sleep. The gods consider it the most profound counsel they've ever received. As the sun climbs, villagers gather for a small feast, not a divine offering, just lunch. Bread, olives, laughter, lazy gossip. Someone plays a reed pipe terribly. A fig falls into someone's wine. A chicken lays an egg in a sandal. No one writes it down. No one turns it into myth. And that's what makes it precious. Historians still argue whether myth was a tool for control or comfort. You now believe it was something messier, truer, a way for mortals to survive the unbearable weirdness of being alive. And now, you've survived it. All of it. The gods have gone quiet. The myths are folded. The dreams are soft-edged now. You look at the sky. Just sky. You look at the ground. Just dirt. And you, dear mortal, just a creature who endured a world that never quite cared if you understood it. You laugh. You stretch. You go home. And for once, no one follows. The day fades slowly, as if the sun is reluctant to leave. The shadows stretch a little longer. The breeze softens, no longer carrying riddles or strange invitations. Just the scent of soil, and maybe a hint of time from someone's garden. You sit quietly in your hut, listening to the rhythm of the world returning to itself. Each creak of the rafters. Each flicker of firelight. No more chaos. No more gods peeking through the curtain. Just your own breath. The weight of a blanket over tired legs. The slow, predictable hush of night wrapping itself around the hills. Thessaly snores faintly in her corner, hooves twitching in a dream about something entirely goat-like. You wonder if the myths will come again. Maybe in a year. Maybe never. Maybe that was just your season to be tangled up in divine nonsense. But now? Now is for stillness. Now is for letting your muscles unclench. For releasing the weird. For gently folding your memories into the drawer labeled stories you survived. You close your eyes. You picture the fig tree. Just standing there. Just being. You feel your heartbeat slow to its own rhythm, not someone else's prophecy, not a hero's tempo, just yours. Let that rhythm guide you. Let the warmth gather at the edge of your thoughts like a soft wave pulling you toward sleep. Let the last shimmer of imagination flicker out with the candle. And as your thoughts drift further and further, remember, you were never meant to understand all of it. Just to feel it. And now, you've felt enough for one lifetime. So rest, dear listener. Sink into the softness. Let the myths fade. And sleep like someone who survived the gods.